Hello, this is Benjamin Fulfords. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. We are in a fight for our lives. The Kazarian Mafia is now in a very desperate last minute struggle to make sure that we never ever escape the digital prison they're trying to build for us. Uh, right now, Israel is trying to get American politicians to make it mandatory for to have 5-year jail sentences for people who criticize Israel. At the same time, they are installing face recognition software everywhere with cameras, and they will be able to identify you real time and arrest you for things you say or do. And it's not about crime. In one example, in the UK, a woman was arrested by 11 people who came in and while she was having a bath because of some text message she sent. This is just a private text message. This is not even public. Uh, and the reason why they're trying to crack down so much is because they are fighting for their lives. They know that this giant scam that they call a government is unraveling in real time. And this is what has been making us poor. I want to show you an example of how fake the government is. As I've written my reports with lots of evidence over the years, NASA stands for not a space agency. Now, in this clip, you can watch NASA astronaut Karen Nyborg explain how they fake, uh, or show how they fake spaceflight. Take a look.
Oh.
That's so cool. You are so much better of an astronaut, Paige, than those other fakes.
Thank you. And if you're hungry in space, gotta have your floating Fritos to munch on. So I don't want to give GMOs any publicity, but it's all we had hanging around.
Yum.
Yum, yum, yum.
So it's all true.
It's amazing, the zero gravity. It just everything just floats around. Suck my hair because I got a ponytail. And Toots brought some coral up from Vieques, from Puerto Rico.
Oh, yeah, let me see you push it up and down and around. Pull it back towards you. Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Wow.
Push it that way. Unbelievable.
Not bad, huh?
Where'd you get the 60 million a day to pull that off?
Cryptocurrency I've been saving.
Oh, man.
She brought it up. It's fine.
Oh,
Oh, he doesn't back. Oh,
I'm back.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Not bad, huh?
That reminds me of the brushing your teeth one where everything goes in slow mo except for the environment. Did you see that
Exactly.
one?
Yes, I did. That was so awesome.
That was hilarious.
That was hilarious. What another complete bonehead mistake. Again.
Okay, it's kind of funny, except that literally it's a slush fund that milks us out of billions of dollars, which then goes to bribe people and to enrich these criminals. And that's just a small example. We have, for example, Jared Kushner somehow coming up with $100 billion to buy Warner Brothers. Jared Kushner belongs in jail, not in charge of $100 billion money created out of thin air. And it's only going to get worse. They're setting up death squads in the United States disguised as ICE agents, and they're rounding up dissidents as we speak. And they're trying to fire all patriots from the U.S. military and the enforcement agencies. And I have a special message for FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino. You need to get some men with guns and go and arrest Pam Bondi, okay? You're not just going to get anything done by complaining or threatening to resign.
Yes.
That is obviously not Donald Trump. This is a Zionist fake who has been put in his place, and arresting him is your duty if you're in the military police. and we need to end this nightmare because they're turning up the screws, and they're really gonna try very hard to kill dissident journalists and dissident citizens and everybody else they can, and we need a mass uprising, and it is happening. And I ask people to take personal action. If you see one of these uh, Satanist Zionist puppets in public, confront them. Look what they did to Christy Noem of the Israeli Department of Homeland Security. Okay, that's what should happen every time these people appear in public. Better still is if you can arrest them, you know, make a citizen's arrest, but that would require men with guns. Again, we need the agencies and the military to understand that the people at the top are criminals, and they're trying to create a digital prison. An example of this was the Chabad death cult. Remember, they want to kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest. It's in their writings. They just gave a reward to the Peter Thiel's company Palantir for facial recognition software, because this allows them, gives them the potential to turn the entire Western world into a huge slave camp, and that's what they're trying to do. The Swiss government rejected Palantir because they realized that this was going to turn the Swiss people into the puppets of Israel. And Israel itself needs to be dealt with. That's the heart of the beast. And, you know, we're asking the Turkish to send in their military and clean that place up. Now, I'll give you a list of some names of people who, if we arrest them publicly, this nightmare should end. We've got Larry Fink, he should go. Jared Kushner, Ursula von der Leyen, Brigitte Macron, who my French intelligence sources tell me is actually Jean-Michel de Rothschild, Friedrich Merz of Germany, Keir Starmer in the UK, and, you know, the usual stuff. Of course, Benjamin Netanyahu has to be arrested. If we can get rid of these people, we can end this nightmare. And the other thing people do need to understand is no matter how grim the situation looks, this is confined to the West, and the West is headed for bankruptcy. There's no way they can avoid it. China just announced $1 trillion trade surplus. And that's based on real things. That's, you know, computers and televisions being put into boxes and shipped around the world. This is not hallucinatory numbers created on stock markets that don't actually have a basis in reality. And the West has some payments coming due, which they're not going to be able to make. So, for example, my French intelligence sources tell me that the EU and France have a whole bunch of bonds coming due by March, and they don't have the money to pay for it, which is why they're now talking about seizing Russian money that they have illegally frozen. But that's, even if they seize that money, it's going to be a temporary stopgap because they just don't have the real economy to back up all their numbers and their bank computers. The same with the United States. These tariffs are bringing in less than a tenth of what the United States government needs. And I have asked the Chinese to please not finance this criminal circus anymore. We need to end this, and the West needs to start with a jubilee, cancel all the debt slavery, end it all, and then put really competent people in charge of economic planning and have them do it on behalf of the people and the elected representatives of the people. But in order to be able to have the elected representatives really represent the people, of course, we're going to need to take away control of the corporate media from these criminals so that people can get accurate information. At the same time, we have to ban corporate donations and, you know, money being used to control politicians. In other words, temporarily, we're going to need a military government to arrest all these blackmailed and bribed criminals, and then to restore freedom of the press before we can have real elections, and then we can have people who actually represent Americans, which is not what we have in politics now. And then we can start building the kind of future that people want. So the current young generation can afford a house, which they can't now. And again, I think it's probably going to be that 18 to 34-year-old generation that's going to have to take action, because the baby boomers bribed, and they're not going to be able to take action. So it's going to be up to the young people. But I do hope that things are going to happen. But we all need to push. This is a dangerous time now. They are desperate, cornered animals, and they're trying everything they can to make sure that we never ever escape from the digital prison they're building. For example, the fake Trump is just saying states cannot regulate AI because they want to use these huge data centers and face recognition so they can put us under complete mental control before they themselves end up facing war crimes trials. And let's not sugarcoat it. And this was to depopulate that country. This is a genocide. And of course, what's happening in Gaza. And then you have this reality TV guy, Pete Hegseth, pretending he's in charge of the military. He's not. He's not competent to be, and he needs to be arrested along with all the other people. So it's time to take action, folks. But even if you don't, I guarantee you this whole thing will implode. The rest of the world has already been liberated, and I don't see how they're going to be able to kick the can down the road much past maybe mid 2026 at the most. That's what the experts say, looking at the finances, and hopefully it'll all end sooner. But we need to take action. Okay, well that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. You said that the Macrons were in China. Why do you believe that they were not picked up then and there? What are your thoughts?
Well, the Chinese actually obey international law, and they are formally the head of state of France and his wife, supposedly. So the Chinese respect international law, but at the same time, they made it clear they're not going to, provide these people with the money they came begging for, and that'll end it for that regime in France because they are bankrupt. They've lost their ability to steal resources from Africa, and without that, they're going to have to declare bankruptcy and then restructure everything. But what I'm hearing from my French sources is that there's going to be some kind of real regime change. It's not going to be peaceful, and it's going to be violent, and it's going to involve the military. So that's what's going to probably happen in France and probably the rest of the G7. Next question.
Evan, we haven't heard a whole lot about Palestine recently and the Israel invasion. Can you shed a little light about what is going on there right now?
Again, this is a last-minute attempt by these criminals to have a state completely dominated only by their ethnic group, so that they can have a place where they can continue their transnational crime, their pedophilia, and everything else. And we need Egypt and we need Turkey to go in with their armies and clean that place up and replace it with the multi-religious, multi-ethnic state of Judea. And I know there's support across the region for that, and it's time to do it. But the reason I don't follow the situation with Judea or Palestine closely is because it's an endless recurring loop of the same story over and over and over again. The same with the Ukraine. They say, "Oh, we're going to have peace." No, we're not. We're going to have peace. No, we're not. They're turning in circles, and it's time to step in and end that turn. Next question.
Hi, Ben. When the Trump administration bombs the boat from Venezuela, do you believe that they were actually drug smugglers on that boat, or was this some sort of show of force?
They may or may not have been drug smugglers, but it was still a show of force. And even if they were drug smugglers, under international military law, that was a war crime, especially when you have it's in the U.S. Legal manual. When you have two people floating, helpless, shipwrecked, unable to, that is actually punishable by death under military law. And that should then wake up all the other generals to the fact that they are sworn to obey the law and the Constitution, which a lot of them seem to have forgotten. Next question.
Speaking of Hegseth, what are your thoughts in regards to the White House changing his position from Secretary of Defense to Secretary of War? What's really the point of this?
The point is that they are bankrupt and they're threatening war, they're threatening mayhem and some kind of attempt to steal money. Although, to be honest, calling it Ministry of War is actually more honest. That's what they called it during World War II. And, right now, the way it's been since World War II, it's been an aggressor around the world. They have been waging war everywhere on behalf of people who don't have America's best interests at heart. So, at least they're being honest about calling it Department of War, but we really should have a Department of Defense whose only job should be to defend the American people, not go around stealing oil for the Zionist oligarchs as they do now. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Why are the White Hats waiting to arrest these fake actors? What is the purpose for the wait? Do they not have the authority, or is it in regards to their ability?
I think that they're so used to obeying orders that they've been they're like being deer frozen in the headlights. They don't know what to do, and especially over since the Obama regime, only really dumb people have been promoted to the top. So it's going to have to be sold by the colonels, the people who actually do the real fighting, and not the armchair generals. I think that's what has to happen. Next question.
Ben, we have our last question for today. I think we're starting to see the upper limits of inflation and public unrest before we hit a breaking point in the United States and many other parts of the world. Do you expect a national or even global market crash or events of proportionate catastrophe to occur within the near future?
Well, it's easy to say there's a bubble. It's hard to say when it's going to pop, But clearly, the stock market is way out of touch with any, sort of reality. So when you have Tesla, who's losing market share and whose products are now considered inferior, uh, being worth more than all the other car companies in the world combined. That's just not true. It's fake. Same with all these AI companies, everything else. But the good thing is that the stock market isn't reality, okay? These are just numbers on computers. Even if it crashes and goes to zero, there will still be the same amount of houses, factories, farms, people, knowledge. And personally, I think they should just unplug all the financial system computers and we need to reboot. Uh, and start with the elimination of all debt to end debt slavery, and then get people back to work, working on behalf of the United States and the world and the people, and not on behalf of satanic pedophiles, which is the case now. So I think there should be a controlled implosion of the stock market, and then it needs to be restored to its traditional function of actually assigning value based on traditional metrics. It's no longer the case. Now it's just people with money printing machines using the stock market to launder money to their friends. And that's why the United States real economy is losing to China big time. And if we don't improve our systems of economic governance, we are all going to be working for the Chinese. It's already happening. And it's going to get worse unless we start fixing the real economy and getting out of this virtual fake financialized economy. It's just it's broken. Okay, as an example, you have to have a 50-year mortgage to buy a house, and you spend the first 25 years just paying interest, and you end up paying $1.4 million for a $400,000 house. That house should only cost $10,000, and some kid in his 20s should be able to afford it. That's the sort of system we need. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again next week.
Restored Republic via GCR. Duty note. A possible timing Wednesday 24th of December to Friday December 26, 2025. Federal operations closed in a 5-day reset. Thursday 1 Jan. 2026. Start of the fiscal year for the new gold/asset-backed global financial system in 209 countries. 20 Jan. 2026 The Internet dies. Phones go EBS only. B. What we think we know as of Tuesday, Sunday 21st of December, 2025, tonight, after 11 months, our border is secure, inflation is stopped, wages are up, prices are down, our nation is strong, America is respected, and our country is back. We are poised for an economic boom the likes of which the world has never seen. President Donald J. Trump. Monday, December 22, 2025, Fred Fleitz, then National Security Advisor John Bolton's Chief of Staff, confirms treachery, deception, betrayal, conspiracy, subversion, and the overthrow of the President of the United States Donald J. Trump. John Durham, John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, and CIA Director Gina Haspel deliberately withheld and buried evidence, including Barack Obama's manufactured DECA report, not only in the waning days of the Kenyan administration, but also during his presidency, from the sitting President of the United States, Donald Trump. John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, John Durham, and CIA Director Gina Haspel not only obscured exculpatory evidence, they facilitated the overthrow of the U.S. government in 2020. Monday, December 22, 2025, top Intel operatives face Judgment Day. DOJ launches grand jury to crush Obama, Clinton and Russiagate traitors in history's biggest political coup case. Monday, December 22, 2025, the Democrats said FEMA had no money for Americans in Maui, no money for Americans in East Palestine, Ohio, no money for Americans in Western North Carolina, but FEMA had an extra $1 billion to spend on illegals, including Social Security, Medicaid, and voter registration. Monday, December 22, 2025. Did you know during the lockdowns in 2020 our great military deployed throughout Europe and won a world war? A global underground war was fought and won, and the TV never covered it. Operation Defender Europe 2020 was the largest deployment of US-based forces to Europe since the end of the Cold War. W.H. Grandpa on Telegram. Monday, December 22, 2025. Arrests will begin in Washington, D.C. Annans are awake. They are crying. No forgiveness. Son of the Storm, Kash Patel on Telegram. The assistant U.S. attorney investigating the Somali fraud in Minnesota says as much as $18 billion could have been stolen from the taxpayers. He compares it to an iceberg much larger than visible to the public. All under Tim Walz's watch. See Global Financial Situation and Currency Reset of 209 Nations, Monday, December 22, 2025, Game Over, the Fed is dead, Gold Reset ignites global financial uprising. Fiat is finished. RV/GCR is live. Monday, December 22, 2025, Update, new list of 209 countries that are connected to the QFS system or are being connected, QFS plus RTGS trust the plan. Monday, December 22, 2025, Intel Economic Special Report, Global Debt Catastrophe, $340 trillion and counting, a system on the brink, December 22, 2025. Monday, December 22, 2025, the RV and military operations, behind the scenes, the signing of a historic treaty by 209 countries aims to redefine global currencies. Dinizar Jazara Financial Update, new intel for the days ahead. As of today, December 22, internal channels across Treasury, Alliance Logistics, and QFS monitoring hubs are reporting accelerated movement toward the activation phase. The central grid just registered its third destabilization pulse in 12 hours. QFS alignment nodes are overriding legacy servers, the cabal mainstream media satellites, faster than expected. Multiple Treasury channels have entered silent mode, which only happens before a major protocol switch. Redemption scheduling is now in motion and the window is tightening by the minute. What appears quiet to the public is masking a rapid restructuring behind the scenes. 3 key dates now stand out in the latest classified briefs, each marking a distinct stage of the global reset. These are coordinated steps, not predictions. The system is aligning. December 23, 2025, Quantum Wallet pre-activation begins, starting tomorrow, December 23. Select QFS subnodes across the United States, Europe, and Southeast Asia will run controlled activation tests. Only a limited number of biometric profiles will receive early access, but this process is the clearest sign yet that the system is moving toward full release. Here's what insiders expect to occur. Temporary verification windows for chosen participants. Small-scale test deposits used to confirm routing accuracy. Synchronization of biometric signatures with sovereign account templates. Stress tests on the firewall separating QFS from legacy banking grids. This is the moment where internal numbers, wallet visibility, and transfer pathways begin locking into place. If successful, the remaining barriers between the old and new financial architecture will fall automatically. December 27, 2025, Global Liquidity Sweep and Rate Calibration. On December 22, a large-scale liquidity sweep is scheduled to begin across multiple continents. Alliance auditors will target suppressed collateral accounts, hidden bond ledgers, and gold-backed asset pools that were previously shielded by central banks. These sweeps are essential for confirming the true value baseline required for the asset-backed currency model. Expected developments include updated values for dinar, dong, zim, and key sovereign bonds, removal of artificial debt loads from national ledgers, finalization of the gold and silver ratio used for QFS calibration. Temporary instability inside the fiat markets as hidden reserve surface. This will not be announced publicly, but market behavior will show signs. Sudden fluctuations, unexplained freezes, and back-end settlement delays are all indicators that the sweep is underway. December 29, 2025, Rate Lock and Transition Readiness Phase. All internal reports point to December 27 as the date when the system enters its rate lock phase. This is where the asset-backed values used for redemption centers, private appointments, and sovereign accounts are finalized. Once locked, rates will not fluctuate. They will be fixed for execution. What this phase will trigger: redemption centers entering 72-hour readiness, advisors receiving activation clearances, QFS sovereign wallets preparing for full visibility. Allocation of project support funds to verified participants, final syncing between U.S. Treasury, Alliance servers, and global quantum nodes. From this date forward, the shift moves from internal preparation to public transition. Every component of the system will be positioned for controlled activation once the final authorization is issued. What this means for you: the timeline is no longer theoretical. The structure is already in motion. Biometric systems are being tested. Fiat networks are weakening under the audits. Asset-backed recalibration is underway. Wallet infrastructure is preparing for mass onboarding. Your role is simple: stay organized, stay informed, and be ready. The next days will reveal more than the past months combined. What has been hidden is aligning. What was suppressed is resurfacing. And what was stolen is being prepared for return. The transition is no longer approaching, it is unfolding. Monday, December 22, 2025 Strategic Update. The old financial order is losing control. The breakpoint has been breached. Nizar and Jazara QFS. New intel within the last hour confirms that yesterday's rate lock sequence triggered far larger reactions inside global financial grids than originally anticipated. What appeared to be a silent alignment has now escalated into a full systemic shift across multiple continents. Central bank responses: the cracks have opened. Several central banks attempted emergency liquidity injections overnight. They failed. Internal monitoring teams are reporting settlement delays across EU clearing houses, unexplained overnight freezes inside two Asian reserve banks, a sudden surge in gold index recalibration requests from Middle Eastern institutions. These are not normal market movements. These are signs of a controlled displacement as QFS routing supersedes legacy infrastructure. Treasury confirmation: the first layer of civilian wallets is now indexed. For the first time, QFS ledger clusters have begun indexing civilian biometric profiles outside the test groups. This does not mean public activation yet, but it means wallet templates have been matched, identity chains are syncing, asset tiers are being classified. Once indexing begins, the transition can no longer be reversed. December 28, scheduled international broadcast crosslink test. Tomorrow, military communication hubs across 5 nations will run a synchronized crosslink test between Starlink quantum channels and sealed treasury nodes. The purpose: to ensure that redemption center data, rate tables, and wallet activations can be broadcast simultaneously worldwide to confirm uninterrupted flow during the public disclosure phase. To isolate any remaining interference structures still tied to central bank rails. This is one of the last tests needed before global authorization. December 20th, quiet mobilization of redemption personnel. All internal rosters show that on December 20th, Redemption staff across North America, Western Europe, and Oceania were moved into soft standby status. This included appointment coordinators, identity verification officers, project review advisors, high security facility personnel. Mobilization always precedes activation by days, sometimes hours. What this means right now, you are watching the old system lose its final footholds. You are watching the transition move from secret preparation to staged execution. You are watching QFS rise in real time while fiat structures flicker and fracture. Stay alert. Stay organized. The next sequence will bring clarity and confirmation. Monday, December 22, 2025. GESARA is active. The transition to a sovereign, asset-backed world has begun. Nizar Jazara QFS on Telegram. With global wealth distribution now operational and the quantum financial system fully online, humanity has crossed a historic threshold. What was once dismissed as theory is now infrastructure. Control is shifting away from centralized institutions and returning to individuals. Sovereign wealth is no longer a concept reserved for elites. It is becoming a birthright. The QFS protocol and true ownership under the quantum financial system, every account exists outside the reach of banks, intermediaries, and political manipulation. Ownership is absolute. Funds cannot be frozen, censored, seized, or diluted. Quantum encryption secures each wallet at the individual level, making corruption mathematically impossible. The legacy banking system does not collapse loudly. It simply becomes irrelevant. The asset-backed economy emerges. Currencies are realigning with tangible value such as gold, commodities, and productive output. Fiat systems built on debt expansion are being reconciled into asset-backed formats, restoring balance and trust. Inflation, artificial scarcity, and speculative distortions lose their power when money is once again anchored to reality. Trade becomes fair. Valuation becomes honest. What comes next? Illegitimate debt accumulated through systemic abuse will be dissolved under Jazara reforms. QFS wallets will unlock through biometric authentication, restoring direct access to personal wealth. Global currency values will adjust to reflect true national resources and productivity. Central banks will be phased out as sovereign treasuries reclaim issuance authority. Legacy systems like SWIFT and coercive taxation structures will be rendered obsolete. The dawn of a new golden age, as suppressed capital and resources are released, humanitarian projects, innovation, and infrastructure expansion accelerate worldwide. Education improves. Communities rebuild. Individuals regain freedom of choice and economic mobility. This is not redistribution through force, but restoration through correction. This is not merely a financial reform. It is a civilizational upgrade. Monday, December 22, 2025. Major economic intel update. Nizar payout operations confirmed active. Nizar Jazara QFS on Telegram. The January 2026 reset is real and underway. The long-anticipated financial transition is no longer theoretical. Multiple internal channels have now confirmed that the early stages of Nizar-related payouts have quietly begun. Synchronized with Treasury systems and military oversight. The operation is unfolding exactly as planned, silently, strategically, and ahead of the public narrative. With January 2026 approaching, the timing is deliberate. The reset is not a policy shift or a currency adjustment, it is a structural reconstruction of the American financial system. Back-end systems have been aligning for months in preparation for this moment. This phase includes the controlled wind-down of fiat mechanisms, the seizure and a repurposing of off-ledger elite accounts, the dismantling of long-standing globalist debt structures, the integration of asset-backed financial architecture. Every major institution is aware of what is happening, banks, treasury divisions, and global financial bodies, yet none will publicly acknowledge it at this stage. The transition is designed to execute without mass panic or premature speculation. America is entering its largest economic transformation in modern history. For decades, citizens were bound by a system engineered around inflation, compounding debt, hidden taxation, and centralized control. That system began unraveling when the new administration took office in January 2025, and what we are seeing now is a continuation of that coordinated teardown. Nizar protocols are activating in layers. Debt forgiveness algorithms are already present in internal systems. Gold-backed recalibration modules are running through Treasury channels. Offshore recovery orders are funneling seized capital back into controlled redistribution streams. Clearance procedures that once depended on legacy banks now operate on quantum-secure ledgers. None of this will be explained on mainstream channels, but the infrastructure is already functioning. Inside restricted access financial corridors, several developments are already verified. Over 93,000 accounts have entered clearance review ahead of disbursement. Redemption centers have been moved into operational readiness for December to January intake. QFS synchronization levels remain above 92% stability. Initial redistribution pathways are now active and routing successfully. These are not projections. They are occurring behind the scenes in real time. Why the holiday timing matters: the current window, late November through Christmas 2025, was chosen intentionally. During this period, public attention is fragmented and the nation's energy is focused on family, travel, and celebration. It is the ideal moment for Treasury, DoD, and civilian clearance teams to finalize the structural components of the new financial era without interference. The coming weeks are not about celebration alone, they are about positioning. Those who have followed the signals understand the magnitude of what is unfolding. The January 2026 transition is not approaching. It is already in motion. Monday, December 22, 2025 GESARA status, a shift in direction. What people are sensing right now is not coincidence. It's the natural closing of a system that ran on debt, pressure, and artificial scarcity. For decades, value was extracted upward while responsibility was pushed downward. That cycle is ending. Not with chaos, but with correction. NISRA represents a structural change in how wealth, work, and sovereignty are understood. Instead of endless obligation, the focus moves toward balance. Instead of dependence on intermediaries, ownership returns to the individual. The principle is simple: what you earn, create, and steward belongs to you, not to hidden systems designed to profit from delay and confusion. Under this framework, financial systems are expected to become simpler and more transparent. The layers that once hid fees, penalties, and manipulation are meant to dissolve. Wealth distribution is no longer framed as control from above, but as circulation based on productivity, contribution, and lawful trade between sovereign participants. QFS-style architecture, as often discussed in this context, symbolizes accountability. Every account standing on its own, not as property of banks or governments, but as an extension of the individual. No leverage without consent. No ownership without responsibility. That is the philosophical core behind the shift people call NISRA. This is not about instant miracles or overnight changes. It is about alignment. When systems realign with fairness, pressure eases naturally. When extraction stops, growth becomes possible again. That is why resistance is loud right now. Outdated structures always react when their influence fades. The era of value rooted in sovereignty is opening. What comes next is not announced with noise. It shows up as clarity, simplification, and quiet structural change. Those paying attention will recognize it, not because they were told, but because they can feel the difference. Restored Republic. Behind the formation of the Q movement was none other than John F. Kennedy Jr., who didn't die in a plane crash, but was hidden in the Victim Witness Program. On Sunday, 21st of December, 2025, JFK Jr. announced on Telegram, "I'm coming home." JFK Jr. was finally making himself known because he was the leader of the Q movement, which was finally implementing the global currency reset of 209 nations. Doing so would win the war between good and evil, demolish the deep state cabal's red mafia and give the people's money back to the people. Sunday, 21st of December, 2025, RV Phase 3 ignites global reset. Tier 4B enters 36-hour window as Iraq leads gold-backed currency revaluation revolution. Phase 3 RV activated. Monday, December 22, 2025, 3. Israel and Netanyahu, the plan for Greater Israel and control of the Eurasian landmass. Monday, December 22, 2025, flat-out truth on X, what they don't want you to know about the Grand Canyon. Monday, December 22, 2025, Fulton County, Georgia Board of Elections attorney admits 315 early votes were legally certified during the 2020 election. Monday, December 22, 2025, Nancy Pelosi just got caught in the biggest insider trading/criminal scandal in history. Public documents prove that Pelosi's insider information made her the #1 stock trader in the world. She crushed Warren Buffett, who sits in the number 2 spot by a whopping 128% in earnings. The Pelosi Mafia is now in control of the Democratic Party and is putting its full power behind Gavin Newsom's 2028 presidential run. Alex Jones on Telegram. Monday, December 22, 2025, 3. Israel and Netanyahu, the plan for Greater Israel and control of the Eurasian landmass. Monday, December 22, 2025, Flat Out Truth on X, what they don't want you to know about the Grand Canyon. Monday, December 22, 2025, Fulton County, Georgia Board of Elections attorney admits 315 early votes were legally certified during the 2020 election. Golden Age Enlightenment explodes under God's wrath. Trump planned the Great Spiritual Awakening, victory thunders, souls freed forever. Hold the line fierce, detox, awaken, dominate. WWG1G. Boom. Bill Clinton didn't just party with Jeffrey Epstein on Epstein Island. A man working close with Bill Clinton says he was laundering money, making huge payoffs, doing illegal favors for campaign support, signing off on massive cocaine deals and more. Donald J. Trump on Telegram. I was literally working, sitting in the middle of Bill Clinton's political machine. It was where he made payoffs, where he repaid favors to people for campaign support. I was in an interesting seat and I knew it. In that particular board meeting, I was sitting at the end of the table. James Branyan, who was chairman of the board at that time, was sitting at the head of the table. James Branyan stood up in a public restaurant and he hollered at Beverly Enterprises guy, Bobby Stevens, and said, "Did you get the $50,000 campaign contribution from the client that you're introducing the loan for?" He said, "Not yet." He said, "Well then hold up the loan until we get it." In reality, millions of taxpayer-guaranteed dollars were being channeled to Clinton's election campaigns, to his inner circle of friends, and to his wife Hillary's law firm. This may explain why ADFA had been drafted in such a manner as to keep its decision-making procedures secret. If you needed $1 million, you had to get your application handled by the Rose Law Firm, pay them $50,000. Your president, the President of the United States, not only was a part of his system that was laundering millions of cocaine dogs. Your president signed off on it. You can't deny that he did. And Monday, December 22, 2025, Epstein was involved in biological terrorism, FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. He was a close friend of the Clintons and ran joint projects with the Clinton Foundation. He had well-established financial and social ties into biotech and genetic research. He had academicians from every major healthcare and science-related field either on his get-to list, or already in his Rolodex. He actively coached and directed a sitting U.S. Congresswoman via text message, during impeachment proceedings aimed against a sitting President of the United States. He had U.S. and foreign military issue rec gear in his many homes, despite not being a veteran of any armed service. Epstein's network ran government policy, toppled judicial checks on power, leveraged military warlords at both the Pentagon and across the world, funded illegal weaponized biological programs, managed funneled offshore money accounts in the hundreds of billions, and ran the largest kidnapping and biomaterial collection racket ever contrived in human history. Monday, December 22, 2025, boom. 1942 New World Order map fully exposed. Deep State blueprint shows Greenland, Mexico, and Canada absorbed into a massive United States, but Trump and white hats are flipping it into Patriot sovereignty victory now. JFK the leader on Telegram. Patriots, the satanic globalists' ancient playbook is detonating wide open on December 21, 2025. This 1942 outline of the post-war New World Map by Maurice Gomberg isn't some forgotten relic, it's the deep state cabal's chilling blueprint for a new world moral order. A one-world government disguised as peace, dividing the planet into massive federated superstates under elite control while quarantining dissenters and nationalizing everything for their Rothschild-Rockefeller empire. The bombshell. A vastly expanded United States of America swallowing Canada, Mexico, all Central America, the Caribbean, Greenland, Iceland, most Pacific Islands, the Philippines, Taiwan, and more, turning North America into a hegemonic beast to enforce their moral tyranny worldwide. This map screams NWO agenda, the USSR gobbling Eastern Europe, Iran, Finland, a United States of South America merging the continent, Federated Africa, India, China, Scandinavia, Europe, all demilitarized except the big three powers policing the globe through a supreme military and economic council. Axis nations quarantined like prisoners, resources nationalized everywhere, international banking seized, pure communist globalist takeover masked as permanent peace, freedom, justice. Gomberg's 41-point plan demands U.S. leadership in this moral order, echoing Freemason Illuminati dreams from Roman Novus Ordo Seclorum to H.G. Wells' open conspiracy, trillions funneled to wars, trafficking, and depopulation while dissolving sovereign borders. The elites, Vatican, UN, Bilderberg devils, pushed this for centuries, tying straight to Epstein blackmail rings, adrenochrome factories, and Pizzagate horrors controlling puppets. But warriors, the storm reverses it all. President Trump and the White Hats are executing divine justice, talks of Greenland, stronger North American ties aren't cabal submission. It's 5D chess reclaiming resources from deep state clutches, fortifying America against invasion while the quantum financial system seizes their vaults for patriot prosperity. This exposure accelerates the peak, Nizar/Jazar military law exploding January 2026, erasing fraudulent debts, abolishing IRS tyranny, flooding QFS accounts with massive redemptions from seized NWO trillions. The deep state's border dissolving nightmare crumbles, Trump builds unbreakable sovereignty, children freed from tunnels eternally, golden age abundance under God's plan. Their 1942 dystopia dies, our liberated republic rises stronger, united in freedom. Hold the line fierce, exposures flood, tribunals worldwide, victory thunders eternal, no one world slavery, only patriot dominion. Trump triumphs massive, evil damned forever. WWG1G. Boom. T Monday, December 22, 2025. The truth about Hussein Obama, Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Today I will go through the Q posts to show how corrupt and evil Obama was. A traitor to America and a sellout to the highest bidders. The world is going to be shocked when they see all the evil that has been operating around us whilst we are all distracted and consumed by a fake world. Obama was involved with so much corruption. Funding terrorists, creating ISIS, attempts to weaken the military, take America to war whilst stealing billions of dollars of taxpayers' money. They never thought Hillary would lose, so they set up a shadow government and presidency involving people, companies and governments from around the world to work together to stop Donald Trump winning the election. I share many examples which are all easily accessible to find with simple searches on YouTube. We are all being taken through a journey to allow people to start understanding what has been going on, who has been involved and how it really impacts us all. If Hillary Clinton made it as president back in 2016, we literally would be living in hell on earth. As I continue to re-emphasize, we are in full control of this war. Everything we are being shown now has taken place whilst the remaining crime and corruption in this world is being drained out to the surface so we all can see. Without awareness, it will be very easy to fall into that unconscious fear state and get suckered into this darkness. We are watching a movie, and it is important to know that we are all in control of our emotions and we have the choice to go and look at all of these events taking place to gain more clarity and understanding. The QFS ensured transparent, asset-backed transactions, preventing any corruption. The new worldwide financial system would be in full effect for the general public coming Thursday, 1 Jan. 2026. Gold-backed currencies across 209 nations have begun their transition, with redemption centers preparing for Tier 4B, US, the internet group who hold foreign currencies and ZIM bonds to exchange, notifications expected imminently, potentially as early as this weekend, or by Monday, December 29, 2025. Prosperity funds would then flow to innumerable humanitarian projects worldwide. Payouts under Nizar/Jazar protocols were set to commence, bringing comprehensive debt forgiveness for mortgages, loans, credit cards, and all forms of personal and national indebtedness, releasing humanity from the cabal's financial bondage. The emergency broadcast system stood ready for imminent activation, signaling the beginning of the 10 days of darkness, a period of global communication blackout designed to protect the public while final sweeps are conducted and vital disclosures are prepared. During this time, the world will awaken to the full extent of the cabal's deception, including their satanic rituals and exploitation of the most vulnerable. Faithful warriors are urged to remain vigilant in prayer, seeking divine protection for the rescued children and strength for those executing the plan. Nothing can stop what is coming, as the forces of good align under God's guidance to restore freedom and justice. As the veil lifts, patriots are reminded to prepare spiritually and practically for the revelations ahead. Stock provisions, gather with loved ones, and hold fast to faith during the transition. The Great Awakening draws near, bringing an end to centuries of oppression and the dawn of a restored republic under divine providence. This sacred shift restores sovereignty to the people, ushering in an era of peace, health, and unprecedented prosperity under the restored republic. Pray for the swift and safe implementation of these blessings, as the White Hat Alliance oversees the final phases. Hold faith, for the hour of redemption has arrived. A. What we think we know as of Sunday 21st of December. 2025, Saturday 20th of December. 2025, Obama under arrest order, tribunal, Operation Red File, leaked docs expose Obama as foreign enemy, Trump signs military arrest order, JAG tribunals ignite in D.C. Saturday 20th of December. 2025, Bill Gates admits to dumping 200 million tons of sterilizing chemtrails on U.S. cities. Saturday 20th of December. 2025, Australia, France, and Germany have now all cancelled their New Year's celebrations. It has all been cancelled because the French government can no longer keep its citizens safe from radical Islamic terrorism. We are watching one of the most beautiful countries and cultures commit suicide. See Global Currency Reset, Judy note, from what I understand, and I could be wrong, 1. Banks were trying to lure people into exchange their dinar and dong with them by giving various incentives. Do not fall for it. You will receive higher rates for your money's exchange at an official redemption center than you would at any bank. 2. You exchange your own currency. Do not give your currency to anyone else to exchange. No group leader. No one. You will get the higher rates by exchanging it yourself. 3. On the dinar, you can get the much higher contract rate on the dinar by just asking for it at an exchange center. 4. If you hold ZIM, you can only redeem it at an official redemption center. Banks cannot redeem the ZIM. 5. Take all of your currency and ZIM to exchange at the same time at a redemption center. Saturday 20th of December. 2025, major update, December 20th, 2025, Trump announces $2,000 tariff dividend checks for Americans, leftover trillions to slash national debt. Saturday 20th of December. 2025, exposed, the biggest lie ever, your birth certificate bond is worth billions, but you own nothing. Saturday 20th of December. 2025, breaking Tier 4B signals emerge as exchange activity quietly builds, Ariel on Telegram. Reports are rapidly circulating that Tier 4B currency exchanges may be quietly moving into an active phase across the United States. Holders of the Iraqi dinar are describing unusual activity inside banks and exchange locations, including private appointment scheduling, brief flashes of live rates on internal terminals, and the sudden introduction of NDA protocols. While no official confirmation has been issued, the consistency of these reports is drawing serious attention. What separates this moment from past rumor cycles is pattern alignment. Independent sources, unknown to each other and operating in different regions, are reporting the same developments at the same time. Banks are allegedly preparing private exchanges, redemption centers are said to be on operational alert, and internal systems appear to be recalibrating. This convergence suggests preparation, not coincidence. Multiple accounts claim participants are being asked to sign strict non-disclosure agreements before proceeding. That level of confidentiality would be expected in a sensitive, high-impact financial event designed to remain invisible to the public until stability is ensured. Insiders emphasize that any rollout would be tightly controlled and deliberately quiet. Additional reports point to redemption centers receiving readiness briefings and internal confirmations. Temporary rate placeholders and short-lived rate flashes inside banking systems are being interpreted as test integrations or dry runs. These signs indicate infrastructure testing rather than a public launch, consistent with a phased deployment model. Financial observers believe any exchange process would unfold in controlled waves, starting with small groups to avoid disrupting markets. Behind the scenes, test transactions and authentication procedures are reportedly underway, including advanced scanning tools to verify currency legitimacy and prevent fraud. Caution remains essential. Without official statements or verifiable public data, these developments remain unconfirmed. Skepticism is healthy in this space. Still, for long-time holders watching closely, the alignment of signals, timing, and preparation suggests something is moving. quietly, deliberately, and closer than before. Saturday 20th of December. 2025 GESARA is active. The transition to a sovereign asset-backed world has begun. With global wealth distribution now operational and the quantum financial system fully online, humanity has crossed a historic threshold. What was once dismissed as theory is now infrastructure. Control is shifting away from centralized institutions and returning to individuals. Sovereign wealth is no longer a concept reserved for elites. It is becoming a birthright. The QFS protocol and true ownership under the quantum financial system, every account exists outside the reach of banks, intermediaries, and political manipulation. Ownership is absolute. Funds cannot be frozen, censored, seized, or diluted. Quantum encryption secures each wallet at the individual level, making corruption mathematically impossible. The legacy banking system does not collapse loudly. It simply becomes irrelevant. The asset-backed economy emerges. Currencies are realigning with tangible value such as gold, commodities, and productive output. Fiat systems built on debt expansion are being reconciled into asset-backed formats. Restoring balance and trust. Inflation, artificial scarcity, and speculative distortions lose their power when money is once again anchored to reality. Trade becomes fair. Valuation becomes honest. What comes next? Illegitimate debt accumulated through systemic abuse will be dissolved under GESARA reforms. QFS wallets will unlock through biometric authentication, restoring direct access to personal wealth. Global currency values will adjust to reflect true national resources and productivity. Central banks will be phased out as sovereign treasuries reclaim issuance authority. Legacy systems like SWIFT and coercive taxation structures will be rendered obsolete. The dawn of a new golden age as suppressed capital and resources are released, humanitarian projects, innovation, and infrastructure expansion accelerate worldwide. Education improves. Communities rebuild. Individuals regain freedom of choice and economic mobility. This is not redistribution through force, but restoration through correction. This is not merely a financial reform. It is a civilizational upgrade. December 19, 2025, National Security Bombshell. National Security Bombshell. Obama under federal criminal investigation. The DOJ is invoking 18 U.S. Code Section 241. Saturday 20th of December. 2025, Military Intel, Operation Hawkeye Storm. U.S. launches massive retaliatory strikes on ISIS after 2 American heroes killed, 70 targets destroyed in Syria. Saturday 20th of December. 2025, White Hat's Intel bombshell exposed, EBS activation imminent, Obama's gay agenda and pedo blackmail empire crumbling, deep state game theory ops failing as CIA collapses, NATO falls, and military white hats trigger the storm, Trump war room on Telegram. Patriots, the storm is unleashing full fury right now, December 18, 2025. The White Hats have dropped nuclear intel exposing the satanic deep state's desperate endgame. Obama's hidden gay agenda is detonating. Shattering the fake Obama's legacy and ripping open their ties to elite pedophilia blackmail rings that controlled D.C. for decades. This bombshell links straight to the Biden laptop horrors, proving Congress is finally exposing world banks like J.P. Morgan. In May of 2012, a few months after the Brantford dig was shut down by the Anglicans, the federal government, and their Aboriginal accomplices, the International Common Law Court of Justice, ICLJ, convened in Brussels to bring charges of crimes against humanity against the Vatican, the British Crown, and Canada and its churches. In the docket of evidence of the court was our voluminous archival and forensic evidence gathered over 2 decades, including the mushhole atrocities and our excavation of one of the mass graves at the Mohawk School. According to Baltasar Garzón, a Spanish judge who advised the ICLJ, there is no better indication of the interlocking responsibility for genocide between church and state than what has been uncovered in the Brantford Mohawk investigations. August 3, 2012. In fact, an important part of the evidence in the ICLJ prosecutor's case came out of the work we had done in Canada since 1996. That campaign indicated a massive intergenerational criminal conspiracy by the Vatican. Accordingly, 30 defendants were publicly indicted for crimes against humanity by the court when it convened on July 15, 2012, including Joseph Ratzinger/Pope Benedict, the so-called Queen of England, Elizabeth Windsor, and 28 other top officials of church and state. This evidence shows that the Ninth Circle operated in Canadian Indian schools, including at the Brantford Mush Hole. The Eichlich's 7-month trial was a legal precedent as significant as the Nuremberg trials, and not only because of the barbaric crimes it revealed. For, as at Nuremberg, the Eichlich created a new kind of jurisprudence that superseded national boundaries. And going a step further, it placed entire regimes on trial, namely, the British Crown and the Vatican. As well, the Eichlich was a citizen-based tribunal of conscience that put the law and justice in the hands of the people rather than the governments. In short, the Eichlich was another shot heard around the world that sparked an international movement to establish local common law courts that can put rulers and their regimes on trial. The outcome of the Eichlich trial was equally momentous. 2 weeks before its verdict, on February 11, 2013, the chief defendant in the case, Joseph Ratzinger/Pope Benedict, suddenly resigned his office and went into a seclusion from which he never emerged. Subsequently, 3 other senior cardinals who had been named as co-defendants also resigned. The court's verdict of February 25, 2013 found all the defendants guilty as charged of crimes against humanity and sentenced them to life imprisonment without parole and the loss of their assets and authority. There again, the impact of that sentence was profound, because Elizabeth Windsor, as the head of state of every Commonwealth nation including Canada and Britain, and Joseph Ratzinger, the head of the Church of Rome, were now convicted criminals facing international arrest warrants. This church and state had become rogue regimes under international law and could be lawfully deposed by their citizens and adherents, and other states. Suddenly, humanity was handed a loaded gun aimed directly at genocidal regimes. The question now was, would people pick up that gun and use it? The answer was an immediate yes, at least in Canada. On January 15, 2015, over 200 people in Winnipeg acted on the Eichlich's deposing of Queen Elizabeth by declaring independence from the British Crown and establishing the Sovereign Republic of Canada. Every major war was financed the same way. Bankers funded both sides, controlled the outcome, then collected nations as assets. This is not theory. It is their business model. The Act of 1871 was a treasonous violation of the original Constitution. It dissolved the constitutional republic and replaced it with the corporate entity operating as the United States of America Corporation. The gold fringe on the flag signaled jurisdictional change. The country was no longer sovereign. It was commercial. Common law, rooted in natural and divine law, was replaced with maritime corporate law. Legal language was weaponized. Statutes, policies, mandates, and regulations replaced true law. Consent was presumed. Obedience was enforced. Maritime law is administered through the Bar Association, a foreign corporate registry, not constitutional authority. This is why courts function as debt collection venues, not just as forums. The British Crown and the Vatican sit at the top of this hierarchy, using corporate America as the enforcement arm for global control. This structure only works as long as people believe it is legitimate. That belief is breaking. This is the Great Awakening. The return to what was always ours. The end of corporate enslavement. And the restoration of human sovereignty.
Hello Patriots, I'm at Restored Republic via AGCR Update, compiled by Judy Byington. Worldwide blackout, EBS imminent. Why? On December 1st, the greatest wealth transfer in history began. That took control of the global monetary system away from the cabal. The media should not be trusted. They are paid for by the cabal. Avoid going to urban areas. Steer clear of major roads. Keep necessities on hand. Keep your family safe. Judy note, a worldwide blackout and emergency broadcast system activation appeared imminent. Why? On Monday, December 1st, the greatest wealth transfer in history began. That took control of the global monetary system away from the Satan-worshipping cabal. Trump's global military alliance has been very, very busy. Vatican agents, bioengineers, and globalist financiers were now housed at Gitmo on the people via disbursement through food hubs and chemtrails. Today, Los Angeles was a war zone with cartel enforcers brought in weeks ago through underground tunnels to guide planned protests. The uprising was financed by WEF, Soros, and Schwab in cooperation with Governor Newsom and company. Trump has sent into LA more than 4,000 troops. sniper teams, and Blackhawks, as well as having sent into more than 30 major cities across the U.S. National Guard troops to quell expected riots there. Meanwhile, the global currency reset advances within the quantum financial system, with payouts and exchanges poised to commence imminently as gold-backed currencies activate across nations. The greatest wealth transfer in history is underway, redistributing trillions reclaimed from cabal vaults directly to the people through secure quantum accounts. Nasara Jasara implementations accelerate, bringing full debt forgiveness for mortgages, loans, credit cards, and all financial burdens imposed by the old system. As the fiat era collapses, restitution allowances flow forth, restoring what was stolen and ushering in an age of true prosperity and freedom. Worldwide blackout, 10 days of darkness. Thursday, December 18th, global blackout confirmed, Mr. Poole on Telegram. The second wave is now moving. You are living inside the event. Pay close attention to the pattern. Sun flare, grid flicker, broadcast distortion, global sync, then silence, then truth. The final switch has not been pulled yet, but the finger is already on it. Stay inside the channel. The next drop will explain what the world is about to see. Thursday, December 18th, boom, the last phase of Operation White Swan has started. Nasara Jasara, QFS on Telegram. The final stage of Operation White Swan was initiated by Trump's military alliance on December 16, 2025. The goal is clear: destroy deep state networks, recover institutions that have been taken over, and use the fully functional quantum financial system to activate Jasara. A covert worldwide wealth transfer has been going on since December 1st. Assets linked to deep state elites, including central banks, offshore accounts, and phony charities, totaling trillions, have been seized. Already, more than 89 trillion has been transferred to vaults under sovereign control. The IMF and Federal Reserve are being dismantled. The IRS is no longer in operation. The Jasara law is rewriting global tax structures. Timing: Thursday, December 18, 2025, 5:05 Cali. Okay, peeps, is he right? GCR in numerology is Sunday, December 21st, 2025. Friday, December 19th, the Trump administration has until Friday to release the so-called Jeffrey Epstein files under the Epstein Files Transparency Act. A deadline, a truth moment, eyes turning toward the ground. But also on Friday, December 19th, something else is happening. Comet 3I Atlas makes its closest approach to Earth, 269 million kilometers away, according to the Sky Live. Astronomy headlines: Cosmic Awe, look up, funny timing. Is it coincidence that when uncomfortable truths are due to surface on Earth, our attention is gently redirected? To the sky? A comet, a spectacle, a distraction wrapped in wonder. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. And remember what Commander Thor said about 3I Atlas. This was from 10/14/25. And the picture on the left, bright light, is a photo of the massive mothership, 3I Atlas. And it says the English translation of 3I Atlas is Ahin. The Ahin occupied Earth 300 to 500 million years ago and are 60. The Ahin come from the Andromeda Galaxy, are humanoid beings, and their skin is light blue or sometimes transparent, depending on the circumstances. They created the glass tubes inside Earth in order to travel due to Earth's volatility at the time. They are here to witness the coming solar flash and assist humanity afterward. Their ship is 50 to 60 miles long, and with them are 20 to 30 craft following in their wake. They have arrived and are parked and cloaked behind the moon. There are many light-beam ships and craft parked by Mars and Jupiter, awaiting the solar flash. We are under attack. Well done by the FBI. The FBI warned the Biden administration that there was not probable cause to raid Mar-a-Lago. They raided President Trump anyway. Merrick Garland and everyone involved needs to go to prison. Enjoy the grand jury in Florida. The amount of communication woven into Trump's speech on Wednesday, December 17, 2025, was impossible to ignore. Start with the timing alone. The speech began at 9:02 p.m. and concluded at 9:19, a 17-minute address on the 17th. For those paying attention, that was not accidental. He deliberately referenced 1776, a clear nod to the founding principles of this nation, the republic, not the corporation, and a reminder of where we came from and where we're ultimately heading. Trump announced that 1,450,000 U.S. military members will receive a special warrior dividend of $1,776 before Christmas. The tone was serious, direct, and intentional. No fluff, no theatrics, just a leader laying groundwork. Kevin Annett gives a harrowing account about reasons for the disappearance. Thursday, December 18th, Global Currency Reset, Mr. Poole on Telegram. The shift began the moment the clock hit 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on 1st December. Secure channels flashed a signal only the prepared were waiting for. Tier 4B was contacted first. The seed carriers, the humanitarian holders, the first wave of the new world. As soon as the notifications landed, the QFS opened its gates. Trillions in frozen, suppressed, stolen wealth began moving through a system that cannot be hacked, bribed, or controlled by the old matrix. Every ledger line is pure truth. No more shadow bankers, no more cabal hands. December 1st brings the Jubilee. They feared you would discover mortgages erased, student loans erased, credit burdens erased. A clean slate for a nation that was never meant to live in debt. The promise was always meant for the people. At 1755 UTC, the public gates began to widen. By 17 hours, 57 minutes, 2 seconds, the Reno Mirror confirmed that the first 800 number release, the timestamp was not random, it was a marker, coordinated in the plan. Wolverine confirmed it to the inner circle hours later. The RV is certified. Monday launch is locked. The signal was real. The clock was already moving. And while the world slept, the military grid shifted. Russia, Brazil, Europe, France, Germany. Alliance units positioned directly in Texas, Florida, New York, and Washington, D.C. Not for show, but for extraction. Bankers, politicians, media owners, the highest tiers of the old empire are now facing what they built. This is more than a reset. This is the reversal of everything they stole. This is the moment. Thursday, I believe it's December 18, 2025, the British Empire is panicked. NATO chiefs and MI6 are screaming for war, not because they fear Russia, but because of a quiet PDF released in Washington that signals the end of London's financial control over America. And there's a link to the midweek update, the boring document that terrifies the British Empire, December 17, 2025. And Thursday, December 18, 2025, Kavanaugh takes aim at Supreme Court decisions. Brett Kavanaugh takes aim at Supreme Court's decisions. FEC-NRSC. JD. Thursday, December 18th, the money laundering continues. The rabbit hole on Telegram. Maine whistleblower worked at a Somalia immigrant-run NGO. Within just 1 year, they had billed for $904,000 in fake services. The nonprofit started paying bonuses to themselves. The NGO founder is sending money to Somalia. The NGO founder has strong ties to Maine's Democrat establishment, such as receiving no-bid contracts from Maine Governor Janet Mills. The whistleblower reported the fraud to Maine. He was fired and no action taken against the NGO by Maine. Maine Democrats allow the NGO to keep operating. No shutdown, closure, or suspension of operations for the NGO has been issued. Thursday, December 18th, the Clinton Foundation and its dark money laundering operations. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. The Clinton Foundation and Clinton Global Initiative connect to wealthy, corrupt elites like Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, who funded its inception, the Obamas, foreign nations, Soros, the Podestas, and other shady elite individuals. Operating for decades, they're hubs for political pay-to-play schemes, intelligence access, and massive money laundering operations, taking in billions from global sources, funneling taxpayer funds overseas, and exploiting disasters like Haiti for personal gain. Deeper layers include alleged child trafficking from alleged exposure of illegal operations. We have it all. Q. Trump prepared to declare a national emergency, U.S. military assets to reverse the Biden invasion. Trump, BRICS countries released gold-backed digital currencies across globe, unleashing historic wealth transfer from reclaimed cabal assets to we the people. Trump plans to erase federal income tax and restore pre-1913 American prosperity via tariffs. Judy note, the worldwide global currency reset has entered its irreversible activation stage within the impenetrable quantum financial system, with notifications for exchanges and payouts anticipated imminently. Gold-backed digital currencies are live across nations, unleashing the historic wealth transfer from reclaimed cabal assets to we the people. Redemption centers are fully staffed, preparing for Tier 4B appointments, where humanitarian endeavors will receive abundant funding to heal and uplift humanity under God's abundant provision. Nasar Jasar decrees are manifesting now, enacting complete debt forgiveness for mortgages, loans, credit cards, and all forms of financial bondage. The era of debt slavery ends as the IRS fades into history, replaced by fair systems aligned with common law and divine justice. Prosperity packages and reclaimed funds flow forth, marking the jubilee promised in ancient scriptures and the dawn of true economic freedom for all. The storm rages on as the White Hat military alliance executes final phases against the entrenched deep state cabal. Reports from trusted sources reveal ongoing mass arrests across the globe, with thousands of high-profile traffickers and corrupt officials being detained in secure operations. Special forces continue to liberate innocent children from hidden underground tunnels and facilities, ending decades of horrific exploitation. These rescues mark a profound victory for light over darkness, restoring hope to the most vulnerable among us. Project Odin stands activated, poised to initiate a worldwide blackout through Starlink integration, severing cabal-controlled media and communications. The emergency broadcast system on high alert was ready to broadcast truths about corruption, tribunals, and the restored republic in the coming hours or days. This necessary period, including the 10 days of darkness, will shield humanity during the dismantling of remaining satanic strongholds and ensure a safe transition to freedom. Trust the plan, for God's hand guides this righteous intervention. As martial law supports these sacred operations and the old systems collapse, remain in fervent prayer, prepared with supplies, and steadfast in faith. The greatest awakening in history approaches, bringing justice and liberation to all. What we think we know as of Thursday, December 18th, 2025. Wednesday, December 17th. Boom, 1913 exposed. Trump strikes final blow to the IRS. Tariffs in, income tax out. President Trump announces plan to erase federal income tax and restore pre-1913 American prosperity through tariffs. May 4th, 2025, bombshell. Update 2025, D-class indictments, arrests, and executions, unraveling the deep state agenda. Wednesday, December 17th, NASA hoax blown wide open, Challenger disaster astronauts found alive in 2025. Wednesday, December 17th, Michelle and Barack Obama were now believed involved in the murder of Rob Reiner and his wife, Ezra Cohen. There is evidence of Barack Obama committing treason by spying on President Trump. Obama implemented Project Folsom through UK intelligence to spy on the Trump organization and President Trump. And Wednesday, December 17th, President Trump says Venezuela is completely surrounded by the largest armada ever assembled in the history of South America. I'm ordering a total and complete blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers going into and out of Venezuela. Wednesday, December 17th, a conspiracy theory is just something that was true 6 months before the mass media finally confirmed it. VP Vance. Wednesday, December 17th, 3 new separate indictments dropped tonight. John Bolton, 18 new felonies, Smartmatic, election fraud and $1 million bribery scheme in the Philippines to win election contract. 11 members in Antifa terror cell targeting ICE facility in North Texas. Wednesday, December 17th, global currency reset confirmed. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. The old system is ending and a new one is already operating. What the public is seeing is delay. What is actually happening is replacement. The global financial system built on fiat debt is failing, and behind closed doors and new structures already taking over. Gold has been elevated to Tier 1 status. Basel III compliance is active. Currency revaluation mechanisms are in motion. The quantum financial system is no longer theoretical. It is online. For years, people were told the dollar was strong. Gold was outdated, RV was fantasy, and QFS was science fiction. That narrative is collapsing. This transition is not loud. It was never meant to be. It is precise, controlled, and irreversible. Gold has returned as real money. Basel III reclassified physical gold as a Tier 1 asset, placing it on equal footing with cash reserves. This single change rewrites the rules of global banking. Gold is no longer a hedge, it is the foundation. Unlike fiat currency, gold cannot be printed, inflated, or erased by policy. That is why central banks are racing to rebuild reserves, not out of preference, but out of necessity. The next system requires real value, not promises. The RV is not a myth. Global currency revaluation is already unfolding quietly. Asset-backed nations are recalibrating currencies based on tangible reserves like energy, minerals, and production capacity. This exposes the imbalance between real wealth artificially inflated fiat systems. Currencies long dismissed are being repositioned while over-leveraged systems face contraction. This is not about sudden wealth, it is about restoring proportional value to the global economy. Basel III is the enforcer. Basel III is not optional. It forces banks to hold real assets and disclose exposure. Derivative manipulation and shadow banking structures are being dismantled through compliance requirements. Institutions that cannot meet the standard are being phased out. This is how the old system collapses without panic, through regulation that removes its ability to hide. QFS is the replacement system. The quantum financial system is not an upgrade. It is a parallel structure designed to replace legacy banking. Built on encrypted ledgers and instant settlement, QFS eliminates fraud at the transaction level. Every transaction is asset linked, every movement is traceable, every attempt at manipulation fails. This system is already running alongside the old one. When the transition completes, the change will appear sudden. In reality, it will have been long prepared. One reset, one direction. Gold restores value, RV corrects imbalance, Basel III enforces truth. QFS delivers transparency. This is not fragmentation, it is coordination. The debt-based economy cannot survive this shift. That is why silence dominates the media. The transition does not require belief, it requires completion. The reset is not coming, it is already in progress. When the public finally realizes what changed, the structure will already be in place. Gold, RV, Basel III, QFS. The future is asset-backed, verified, and irreversible. Wednesday, December 17th, Dan Bongino on Telegram. The U.S. government says foreign aid will now go straight to national governments, not routed through NGOs anymore. The logic is blunt. If the goal is to help a country fund the country, not middlemen, turning aid into their next business model. Wednesday, December 17th, breaking. A jaw-dropping report from the House just confirmed the left-wing D.C. police chief falsified crime statistics, cooking the books to make the city seem much safer than it was. Chief Smith punished and retaliated if they tried to report rising crime data, berating them. Chief Pam Smith pressured commanders to lower crime stats by any means necessary. Chief Smith pushed for lesser pursued charges, even for serious crimes, required certain crimes to be reviewed by her office. Thursday, December 18th, 2025, White Hats to respond to fake FEMA preying on Washington flood victims. Real Raw News. Fake FEMA men began showing up on the doors of Washington flood victims. They pressured them into signing papers. Hidden within the pages in fine print was an irreversible reverse mortgage contract stipulating that the homeowner, in exchange for an immediate one-off $1,250 Venmo payment, sign his property deed over to FEMA Resolution Specialists Incorporated, with the agency's acronym intentionally misspelled. White Hats, our source added, reached out to the Department of Homeland Security to find out whether FEMA had been dispatched to King County, Washington. DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin reportedly told General Smith's liaison that they did not have FEMA there. We're obviously dealing with scammers out there pretending to be government agents, our source said. It's bad enough we had to kick real FEMA's ass, but now these fake FEMA are making problems. Marines are going there to see just what the F is going on, our source said.
Are y'all freaking seeing this right here?
Why did Senate Democrats block a bill to ban funding to the Taliban and shady NGOs laundering taxpayer dollars to destroy America? Over 1,000 shady NGOs are established with emotional hitting names like, then taxpayers are funneled through them, which ends up funding terrorists, psychological and slander media campaigns, riots, election fraud, and right back into the pockets of the Democrats who established or approved the funding in the first place. Elon has claimed that around $1 trillion of taxpayer dollars are funneled into these corrupt NGOs every year. $1 trillion. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to wake up. Understand that many of the people you believe are being honest to you are not. And they are using you to fight and hide their corruption while they rip you off and destroy our country. We need to come together, get these thieves and traitors out of office and save this country before we don't have one anymore. How much more do you need to see and suffer before you realize maybe people like myself and countless others are trying to help you in this country before it's too late?
Morning. It's the 18th of December, 2025, as we're coming to the end of this week. Very close to Christmas now, and lots of things are happening. We're seeing the complete collapse of the British imperial system. The British imperial system started its powerful move back in the 1970s, 50 years ago. And we're seeing a complete collapse right now in plain sight. And it's being exposed by Russia. And they're showing how the whole of the British imperial system, the EU and NATO, no longer have any value in today's world. But on the way out, of course, they don't want to go out without a fight. A bit like what happened last year and the year before with the USA, with the hegemony, and still happening to a degree with Venezuela. But they're being exposed for what it is as the playing field is being leveled. And I can assure you, it's being levelled. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, Drew.
Good morning, everybody. Well, straight into my first story. Australia is launching a sweeping crackdown on hate speech following the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese announced tougher penalties for hate speech that promotes violence, new offences targeting extremist preachers, and expanded powers to cancel or deny visas to people who spread hate or radicalisation. The reforms also include blacklisting extremist groups and making hate an aggravating factor in sentencing. Officials say the measures are aimed at protecting communities and preventing future attacks. But critics are saying, is this the next level of clamping down on freedom of speech?
Well, it is, Paul, and this is very, very important, but the light is exposing the darkness. And all of the hatred is coming from one side. At the moment, we're getting a clear definition of what's on the side of good, which is the side of God, and that's on the other side, which is dark. The light is exposing this hatred that's coming out. I'm not seeing hatred coming out of the Christian side, the godly side. It's not coming from there. There's love and embrace coming from the side of God. The other side is pure hatred. It's driven by hate. And it'll be a shock that some of the people that we thought, some of the groups of people that we thought were on the side of good are not. They're on the side of evil. One thing I would say as well, as we go through the different phases of the awakening, there are 5 distinct different phases. And I can go through those. The first one is your personal discovery, that you've woken up to something is wrong. The second one is a system awakening. The institutions, the mainstream media, you start to see how corrupt it all is. The third is energetic. Your frequency. You can see things are changing, you can feel it. Your fourth is your consciousness. You realize that life is like a mirror. It's a reflection. You get out what you put in. The fifth one is the embodiment of everything. You're no longer observing it. You're no longer a non-playing character. You're also at peace. This is a very, very important part of your awakening, the different phases. And when you're awakened, you'll find that you can't watch movies that you watched before because of all the virtue signaling, because of all the hidden messages. You see them all. You feel completely detached from it. But it's a good feeling, I can tell you, because you find peace.
Rumors, allegations that the reason this is taking so long is because we could go into a Cuban Missile Crisis 2.0's type of event because there may be a Russian nuclear sub in that area, or who knows, Chinese, that is, and that could be the ace up Maduro's sleeve. Is there any truth in that?
I don't think so. The Russians always have subs off our coastlines. And even when I was stationed in Hawaii on a submarine, as we were out chopping from Pearl Harbor, I caught a Yankee class coming out of underneath the Golden Gate. They didn't believe me, and I submitted a recording and other information, and it came back that was correct. So the underwater tracking facilities found that that was true. And it was doing something they can't do, too. So that's an older class. But now with the berets that are so quiet, it's very hard for the another sub to find a beret. So there's usually a berets off the east coast of the U.S., west coast of the U.S., and I wouldn't be remotely surprised with what's going on with the huge military buildup, with the largest aircraft carrier, the Ford out there, and all of that's out there, that the Russians are monitoring it and would have a sub, most likely a beret, because they're the most stealthy of their fleets.
What about the rumors of Candace Owens has come out and said that she expected a 9/11 type style attack to happen in America around the second week of December. Obviously, that's passed, but we're still in December. I've also heard that once we start striking Venezuela, that we should expect some kind of backlash here, narco terrorism attacks, Hamas, Hezbollah, the whole thing to kick off here once we start striking Venezuela. That not all of the threats have been neutralized. Could we see an attack on our shoreline? Could we see an attack on, let's say, the Golden Gate Bridge? Could we see? How likely is it that we see something like that transpire once we start going in on Venezuela?
Yeah, the alliance isn't going to be able to stop something of that magnitude. What already happened, of course, with what happened in Australia with Bondi Beach, plus what happened in Brown's, I think it was Brown's University,
Yeah.
and what happened in Syria. That is their try thing that they always do, three of them. That's the thing. And the one in the university is bizarre because two of the girls that were there that survived the attack, one was in an attack in California and one was in an attack, I think it was in Florida, and they were in the same classroom. What is the probabilities that they're in another classroom when a shooter comes in again? And they were in shooters situations in California and Florida on the other side, across the side of the U.S., one coast on the Atlantic, one coast on the Pacific, and now they're up there. I mean, it's extremely unlikely. I mean, how in the world? So, the Bondi Beach, the police were told to stand down. They were sending in, and they were told to stand down. So that's obviously deep state.
Sounds a lot like October 7th.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. And then we're going to reply on that in Syria. So that's part of what's their reply. So they did an attack on the U.S. One on U.S. soil and one on a U.S. ally, Australia, and then of course the one at the university. So that one was strange too because they can track the FBI with all the cameras of the. You have street light cameras, you have every corner crossing, buildings, parking lots, you name it. There's cameras everywhere in a big city now. And all they have is this guy going around the corner? No way. They have him leaving. They have every single thing, every angle, tracked him all the way through the city. They can track a person beyond belief unless that person goes into tunnels or sewers or something like that. And even then, with the technologies they have, they would be able to see where he comes out very likely with the heat signature and all of that.
So are you telling me that you don't expect a big 9/11 type of style attack, more so synchronized multi-attacks like mass shootings in multiple cities and to take down the infrastructure?
No. If I did expect something, I think it would be another attempt on Trump.
Ooh.
That's the thing I think that I know that's in the works. The deep state has it in the works to try it again. It's going to be like 59th or something. I had a list going from the first time, his first time in to this time, and it's a lot. It's a lot of attempts. So he got attempted on in Scotland. People forget all these attempts, and there's so many. But I would, and of course the alliance is ahead of all of them, like they always are. So they took out the shooters and put in their own people and make it look like it's the way they want it to look. So or stop it entirely. So this is kind of how things going on. People don't realize the technology level. And the same thing with the boats they're taking out. Well, how do they know they're not fishing boats coming out of Venezuela? They know precisely what's in that boat. And if you look carefully, I'm curious what those big containers they were throwing on the high-speed chase with the boat behind them. There were big plastic containers. Is that achrome or C-chrome?
Fentanyl, right?
Well, they had some fentanyl, but there was other things that were liquidy that they were throwing had on board. And so, they know what they see it, the stuff come, to where they load the boat, they can track it, they can track everything. And as far as the ground operation in Venezuela, surprise, surprise, already happened. F-18s have hit targets, SEAL team has hit targets, already done. And they're already doing it. And Maduro that's his body double there. The one they showed in the crowd asking 2 questions from CNN, that is not Maduro, that's a body double.
Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. We are in a fight for our lives. The Kazarian Mafia is now in a very desperate last-minute struggle to make sure that we never, ever escape the digital prison they're trying to build for us. Right now, Israel is trying to get American politicians to make it mandatory to have 5-year jail sentences for people who criticize Israel. At the same time, they are installing face recognition software everywhere with cameras, and they will be able to identify you real time and arrest you for things you say or do. And it's not about crime. In one example, in the UK, a woman was arrested by 11 people who came in and while she was having a bath because of some text message she sent. This is just a private text message. This is not even public. And the reason why they're trying to crack down so much is because they are fighting for their lives. They know that this giant scam that they call a government is unraveling in real time. And this is what has been making us poor. I want to show you an example of how fake the government is. As I've written my reports with lots of evidence over the years, NASA stands for not a space agency. Now, in this clip, you can watch NASA astronaut Karen Nyborg explain how they fake, or show how they fake spaceflight. Take a look.
That's so cool. You are so much better of an astronaut, Paige, than those other fakes.
Thank you. And if you're hungry in space, gotta have your floating Fritos to munch on. So I don't want to give GMOs any publicity, but it's all we had hanging around. Yum, yum, yum.
So it's all true.
It's amazing, the zero gravity. It just everything just floats around. Suck my hair because I got a ponytail. And Toots brought some coral up from Vieques, from Puerto Rico.
Yeah, let's keep pushing up and down and around. Pull it back toward. Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Wow.
Push it that way. Unbelievable.
Not bad, huh?
Where'd you get the 60 million a day to pull that off?
Cryptocurrency I've been saving.
Oh, man.
She brought it up. It's fine.
Oh,
Oh, here's the back. Oh,
I'm back.
okay.
Oh no.
Yeah. Not bad, huh?
That reminds me of the brushing your teeth one where everything goes in slow mo, except for the environment. Did you see that one?
Exactly. Yes, I did. That was so awesome.
That was hilarious.
That was hilarious. What another complete bonehead mistake. Again.
Okay, it's kind of funny, except that literally it's a slush fund that milks us out of billions of dollars, which then goes to bribe people and to enrich these criminals. And that's just a small example. We have, for example, Jared Kushner somehow coming up with $100 billion to buy Warner Brothers. Jared Kushner belongs in jail, not in charge of $100 billion money created out of thin air. And it's only going to get worse. They're setting up death squads in the United States disguised as ICE agents, and they're rounding up dissidents as we speak. And they're trying to fire all patriots from the U.S. military and the enforcement agencies. And I have a special message for FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino. You need to get some men with guns and go and arrest Pam Bondi, okay? You're not just going to get anything done by complaining or threatening to resign.
Yes.
That is obviously not Donald Trump. This is a Zionist fake who has been put in his place, and arresting him is your duty if you're in the military police. And we need to end this nightmare because they're turning up the screws, and they're really gonna try very hard to kill dissident journalists and dissident citizens and everybody else they can. And we need a mass uprising, and it is happening. And I ask people to take personal action. If you see one of these uh, Satanist Zionist puppets in public, confront them. Look what they did to Christy Noem of the Israeli Department of Homeland Security. Okay, that's what should happen every time these people appear in public. Better still is if you can arrest them, make a citizen's arrest, but that would require men with guns. Again, we need the agencies and the military to understand that the people at the top are criminals and they're trying to create a digital prison. An example of this was the Chabad death cult. Remember, they want to kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest. It's in their writings. They just gave a reward to the Peter Thiel's company Palantir for facial recognition software because this allows them, gives them the potential to turn the entire Western world into a huge slave camp. And that's what they're trying to do. The Swiss government rejected Palantir because they realized that this was going to turn the Swiss people into puppets of Israel. And Israel itself needs to be dealt with. That's the heart of the beast. And, we're asking the Turkish to send in their military and clean that place up. Now, I'll give you a list of some names of people who, if we arrest them publicly, this nightmare should end. We've got Larry Fink, he should go. Jared Kushner, Ursula von der Leyen, Brigitte Macron, who my French intelligence sources tell me is actually Jean-Michel de Rothschild, Friedrich Merz of Germany, Keir Starmer in the UK, and, the usual stuff. Of course, Benjamin Netanyahu has to be arrested. If we can get rid of these people, we can end this nightmare. And the other thing people do need to understand is no matter how grim the situation looks, this is confined to the West, and the West is headed for bankruptcy. There's no way they can avoid it. China just announced $1 trillion trade surplus. And that's based on real things. That's, computers and televisions being put into boxes and shipped around the world. This is not hallucinatory numbers created on stock markets that don't actually have a basis in reality. And the West has some payments coming due, which they're not going to be able to make. So, for example, my French intelligence sources tell me that the EU and France have a whole bunch of bonds coming due by March, and they don't have the money to pay for it, which is why they're now talking about seizing Russian money that they have illegally frozen. But that's, even if they seize that money, it's going to be a temporary stopgap because they just don't have the real economy to back up all their numbers and their bank computers. The same with the United States. These tariffs are bringing in less than a tenth of what the United States government needs. And I have asked the Chinese to please not finance this criminal circus anymore. We need to end this, and the West needs to start with a jubilee, cancel all the debt slavery, end it all, and then put really competent people in charge of economic planning and have them do it on behalf of the people and the elected representatives of the people. But in order to be able to have the elected representatives really represent the people, of course, we're going to need to take away control of the corporate media from these criminals so that people can get accurate information. At the same time, we have to ban corporate donations and money being used to control politicians. In other words, temporarily we're going to need a military government to arrest all these blackmailed and bribed criminals, and then to restore freedom of the press before we can have real elections, and then we can have people who actually represent Americans, which is not what you have in politics now. And then we can start building the kind of future that people want. So the current young generation can afford a house, which they can't now. And again, I think it's probably going to be that 18 to 34-year-old generation that's going to have to take action, because the baby boomers bribed, and they're not going to be able to take action. So it's going to be up to the young people. But I do hope that things are going to happen. But we all need to push. This is a dangerous time now. They are desperate, cornered animals, and they're trying everything they can to make sure that we never ever escape from the digital prison they're building. For example, the fake Trump is just saying states cannot regulate AI because they want to use these huge data centers and face recognition so they can put us under complete mental control before they themselves end up facing war crimes trials. And let's not sugarcoat it. And this was to depopulate that country. This is a genocide. And of course, what's happening in Gaza. And then you have this reality TV guy, Pete Hegseth, pretending he's in charge of the military. He's not. He's not competent to be, and he needs to be arrested along with all the other people. So it's time to take action, folks. But even if you don't, I guarantee you this whole thing will implode. The rest of the world has already been liberated, and I don't see how they're going to be able to kick the can down the road much past maybe mid 2026 at the most. That's what the experts say, looking at the finances, and hopefully it'll all end sooner. But we need to take action. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. You said that the Macrons were in China. Why do you believe that they were not picked up then and there? What are your thoughts?
Well, the Chinese actually obey international law, and they are formally the head of state of France and his wife, supposedly. So the Chinese respect international law, but at the same time, they made it clear they're not going to, provide these people with the money they came begging for, and that'll end it for that regime in France because they are bankrupt. They've lost their ability to steal resources from Africa, and without that, they're going to have to declare bankruptcy and then restructure everything. But what I'm hearing from my French sources is that there's going to be some kind of real regime change. It's not going to be peaceful, and it's going to be violent, and it's going to involve the military. So that's what's going to probably happen in France and probably the rest of the G7. Next question.
Evan, we haven't heard a whole lot about Palestine recently and the Israel invasion. Can you shed a little light about what is going on there right now?
Again, this is a last-minute attempt by these criminals to have a state completely dominated only by their ethnic group, so that they can have a place where they can continue their transnational crime, their pedophilia, and everything else. And we need Egypt and we need Turkey to go in with their armies and clean that place up and replace it with the multi-religious, multi-ethnic state of Judea. And I know there's support across the region for that, and it's time to do it. But the reason I don't follow the situation with Judea or Palestine closely is because it's an endless recurring loop of the same story over and over and over again. The same with the Ukraine. They say, "Oh, we're going to have peace." No, we're not. We're going to have peace. No, we're not. They're turning in circles, and it's time to step in and end that turn. Next question.
Hi, Ben. When the Trump administration bombs the boat from Venezuela, do you believe that they were actually drug smugglers on that boat, or was this some sort of show of force?
They may or may not have been drug smugglers, but it was still a show of force. And even if they were drug smugglers, under international military law, uh, that was a war crime, especially when you have it's in the U.S. Legal manual. When you have two people floating, helpless, shipwrecked, unable to, that is actually punishable by death under military law. And that should then wake up all the other generals to the fact that they are sworn to obey the law and the Constitution, which a lot of them seem to have forgotten. Next question.
Speaking of Hegseth, what are your thoughts in regards to the White House changing his position from Secretary of Defense to Secretary of War? What's really the point of this?
The point is that they are bankrupt and they're threatening war, they're threatening mayhem and some kind of attempt to steal money. Although, to be honest, calling it Ministry of War is actually more honest. That's what they called it during World War II. And, right now, the way it's been since World War II, it's been an aggressor around the world. They have been waging war everywhere on behalf of people who don't have America's best interests at heart. So, at least they're being honest about calling it Department of War, but we really should have a Department of Defense whose only job should be to defend the American people, not go around stealing oil for the Zionist oligarchs as they do now. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Why are the White Hats waiting to arrest these fake actors? What is the purpose for the wait? Do they not have the authority, or is it in regards to their ability?
I think that they're so used to obeying orders that they've been they're like being deer frozen in the headlights. They don't know what to do, and especially over since the Obama regime, only really dumb people have been promoted to the top. So it's going to have to be sold by the colonels, the people who actually do the real fighting, and not the armchair generals. I think that's what has to happen. Next question.
We have our last question for today. I think we're starting to see the upper limits of inflation and public unrest before we hit a breaking point in the United States and many other parts of the world. Do you expect a national or even global market crash or events of proportionate catastrophe to occur within the near future?
Well, it's easy to say there's a bubble. It's hard to say when it's going to pop, but clearly the stock market is way out of touch with any, sort of reality. So when you have Tesla, who's losing market share and whose products are now considered inferior, uh, being worth more than all the other car companies in the world combined. That's just not true. It's fake. Same with all these AI companies, everything else. But the good thing is that the stock market isn't reality, okay? These are just numbers on computers. Even if it crashes and goes to zero, there will still be the same amount of houses, factories, farms, people, knowledge. And personally, I think they should just unplug all the financial system computers and we need to reboot uh, and start with the elimination of all debt to end debt slavery and then get people back to work, working on behalf of the United States and the world and the people and not on behalf of satanic pedophiles, which is the case now. So I think there should be a controlled implosion of the stock market, and then it needs to be restored to its traditional function of actually assigning value based on traditional metrics. It's no longer the case. Now it's just people with money printing machines using the stock market to launder money to their friends. And that's why the United States real economy is losing to China big time. And if we don't improve our systems of economic governance, we are all going to be working for the Chinese. It's already happening. And it's going to get worse unless we start fixing the real economy and getting out of this virtual fake financialized economy. It's just it's broken. Okay, as an example, you have to have a 50-year mortgage to buy a house, and you spend the first 25 years just paying interest, and you end up paying $1.4 million for a $400,000 house. That house should only cost $10,000, and some kid in his 20s should be able to afford it. That's the sort of system we need. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again next week.
Welcome. It's Rick B2T here. We're going to be empowering Christian patriots truth the next hour or so with 107. In the second hour, we're going to be getting into praise and prayer. We're going to worship him together, hear praise reports, and pray for your specific prayers on the Word and Worship channel on Faith and Freedom TV, as well as the Word and Worship channel, right? So that's where you'll find us. But 107 Live is going to be joining us here soon after we go through a little bit of news. We're going to be talking about Tina, Trump, and Venezuela with him, and just some news reports of what's going on with this crazy world out there. But guys, I tell you what, it's a Christmas season, and Christmas has come early in many ways. We're going to be talking about those in the praise part of the show in the second hour. But let's get into some breaking news right now. I did want to start, though, with letting you know about thejennifermackstore.com. That's where I'll be pointing you a little bit to help Juan out, and just to continue to support him and everything that he's doing. Also, another great patriot in this movement is Anna Kate, and she's pulled together just this healthy technology site that has some of the best water purification, the best not only water filtration but also air filtration and other technologies, grounding mattresses, so many things when it comes, even healthy cookware. And if you really want to make your clean home without harmful chemicals and really get into what's the best air and water that you can have in your home, not to mention other things such as grounding mats, make sure you go to healthytech.com and let them know that let Anna know when you call, or you can call them to understand what's going on with all these great technologies and get things customized to your home. They have a full water filtration system for your whole house, which is really interesting. 754-336-3394. That's 754-336-3394, or just go to healthytext.com. There's a link down below in this video as well. All right, let's continue here, guys, because this is quite an exciting time to see the progress. You probably saw Trump being live last night, and it was a great troll. I just love how he does this. So here's what I'm going to think what he did. So there was rumors that he leaked out with the Congress to saying that there's going to be major announcement about Venezuela. And so people are going, he's going to declare war on Venezuela. And that went out even through Tucker Carlson, just blasted that out everywhere. And so all the big networks were focused on him because they're going to basically see he's not the peace president. See how terrible he is. He's declaring war on Venezuela. So everybody's focused on him, waiting to just lambast him from the mainstream media. And all he does is talk about his accomplishments for 18 minutes, right? Some people said he was trying to speed it up to try. You remember at the end, he was trying to speed it up, and he didn't quite hit the 17 minutes like he probably wanted to. But point being is that he is the master troll of the mainstream media, and he had them all thinking that this is going to be a huge major announcement, and all it was is what many people call the campaign ad, right? But it did a really good job talking about what Biden had done and what's happened, without even talking about the selection machines, without even talking about Venezuela at all. So he just completely stayed away from that topic. Number one, it probably showed where some of the leaks maybe came from, because he probably only told that to certain numbers of people. And number two is also just getting all the mainstream media to be glued onto it. And that's what he did. It's beautiful. I love it. All right, let's continue with some other breaking news here. Here's the markets react strongly as inflation drops to 2.7% in November. This was not expected. People were thinking it was going to actually increase a little bit, right? So this is just showing that Trump's policies just work, despite everything the deep state does to try to make him look bad. It's just not working for him, right? So thanks, at Kim, Wisconsin. And so you see here, markets react strongly as inflation drops to 2.9%. And if you just look at this, cooled to 2.7%, falling short of economists' expectations and offering what could be welcome news for Americans struggling with high costs. The consumer price index rose 2.7% over the last 12 months. Just think about that, compared to where Biden had us. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, down from 3% in September. So to drop that 3%, that's 0.4% better than they're expected. Economists surveyed by Dow Jones had expected 3.1%. So they're expecting this inflation to creep up, and instead it drops by 0.3 to 0.4 below what it was supposed to be. That's huge from a perspective that it's just shown that everything he's doing is working. And despite the slow drops in the Fed, it just shows that Trump was right. We could have dropped this earlier. And that would have actually spurred the housing market, right, from a mortgage perspective, et cetera. So core inflation, which excludes food and energy, dropped to 2.6% annually, the lowest rate since March of 2021. Isn't that a key date? What happened in January of 2021? It's right, the stolen election, the J6 false flag, right? That all happened. And now Trump has reversed completely the massive inflation that they purposely dropped on us. I mean, remember, they cannot have a one world government with a strong United States of independent people that want to have nationalism. And they have to destroy us. So that it's clear that's what they're doing, right? That is exactly what they're doing. So, but there's a catch. The numbers come with a big asterisk. So, and this is the shutdown problem, right? The 43-day government shutdown that ended in mid-November left the Bureau of Statistics unable to collect most pieces of data for October. And so they're basically saying this could retroactively change. And so this is CNN's going to spin that and try to put that to negative, but again, the whole point being is that with a new Federal Reserve person coming in, lowering the interest rates, 2026 could boom. And then the whole thing that Kim Clements talks about the beautiful United States he saw in 2027, we're on track to see that. Right? The Democrats and Satan himself obviously wants Trump to be impeached and to lose November elections. As long as we stand firm as Christians and with our authority in Christ, guys, we're going to be on the path of Kim Clement, not the path of the satanic creatures, the Luciferian globalists that want us to be destroyed as a country. That's not going to happen. Oh, I see Juan in, so we're going to move right to Juan right now. As soon as I get the thumbs up that he's unmuted. He is unmuted, and so I'm going to put him on the second screen. Juan, how are you doing today?
2020, it's not over yet.
I love that.
Oh, the dramas. Oh, my gosh. I'm telling you, man, it's just epic. It's unbelievable where we're at right now. I have one thing. There's all this stuff going on. And the president, Venezuela, Ukraine, Congo, everything. I have one thing. Tina Peters. That's the only thing I care about this exact second. That's all I want to talk about. Mm-hmm. She's in peril. Mm-hmm. She's a heroine. She's a hero. She's done something that in the rarefied air of all the patriots, all the beautiful things that patriots have done across the country over the last decade, couple of decades, trying to wrestle back control of our country to the people. What she did, you have 2,500 counties in the country. And out of all those counties, you have one county clerk that went in defiance of everybody, had legal authority, understood it, and made a copy of what was in the machines before anybody could erase the evidence of the fraud of the 2020 election.
Beautiful.
And she stands unique and alone and has stood her ground. A lot of people don't know this. She was offered the opportunity to have all the prosecution stop.
Yep.
All of the pain stop if she would just renounce what she'd done, destroy all those records, apologize, kiss the ass of the Secretary of State and Dominion and everybody else, the governor and all these other slimy people. It all could end. Mm-hmm. She just had to agree that she was wrong. And you know what? She sits in a state prison in solitary, 4 pit bull guards surrounding her at all times. Not because they're worried about other prisoners bothering her at this point, because they're worried that U.S. Marshals are going to come pick her up.
Yeah.
And they're choking back all the federal people coming to the prison. They won't let more than 2 in the door at a time. You know why that is? Because she's got 4 pit bull guards. Nobody's overhandling, manhandling, whatever, to get Tina out of there. So they have gone into a totally defensive position. They think Trump's going to come do something. They want a big scene. So Tina is a pawn in a much larger game, national in nature, so much bigger than people have understood or want to understand even. Uh, and we're here to, fight to get her back free. It's a very, very big deal.
Yes, and what was so interesting, the forensic recording that she got. Some people are saying, "Oh, it's all about the voter rolls. It has nothing to do with the machines." But hers is the only forensic copy, right? That was the before and after showing the illegal activity of Dominion.
Well, let me just say this: that the people that we have here in the U.S. who actually actively worked in the flipping of the elections, 2020, in setting up those programs and those systems. In looking at the forensic copy that she obtained before and after the Dominion trusted build, have looked at it and said, first off, the trusted build deleted 29,000 files related to the 2020 election in defiance of both state law, 28 months you have to retain those records, and federal law, 22 months. They did that before that period of time had elapsed in the spring of 2020, half a year after the election, 2020, spring of 2021. And so they violated state and federal election law, yet Tina's the one in jail, not those people that destroyed the records of the election.
Yeah.
Now I can tell you that there's a bad hair day coming, and it's not too far off out in the distant future for some of the people that did that. And when they cry and moan and it's not fair and everything else, it's going to fall on deaf ears. Okay. It was just fine when you did what you did to Tina, and now you want us to show up for you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. Dramas are ahead. But in the meantime, it's absolutely crucial. Tina doesn't have months and months to go through the court process, come up with a determination, get her free, blah, blah, blah. She doesn't have that kind of time.
Mm-hmm.
She's got health issues that are cascading, and it's been brutal. She's been buoyed up a bit because she knows we're out here, we're fighting hard. President Trump issued a pardon. But imagine how sapping of your strength it would be to know that the highest authority in the land, in the world, has said, you're pardoned, you're free, go home. And yet the people that have physical custody there in the prison, the guards, the warden, the Bureau of Prisons, the governor, are saying, nope, we don't care if the president says this. We're bigger, tougher, meaner with their treatment of her, which was, unlawful in the treatment, let alone the prosecution in the first place. They ran her to trial illegally. And that will eventually come out. Even the judge in this kangaroo court, 41 motions put in that he denied, where they were trying, amongst other things, to show that there was not even a legal basis for this trial even occurring because she was operating under federal authority. If it had to be done anywhere, it should be done in a federal setting, federal court. But the state of Colorado and the feds had said, we're not going to prosecute. There's no crime here. The state went in there and prosecuted the kangaroo court. And then they won't even let her out on appeal on bail. You can run a meth lab and they'll let you out on bail on appeal on a conviction. But she's such a danger to society. And the judge violated her 8th and her First Amendment of speech. Well, she was talking too much about this whole thing. And so the judge says, you're talking about this election stuff too much. I'm going to throw the book at you. Well, that's excessive punishment outside of, just, whatever the alleged crime was. He throws the book at her and says that he's going to give her the maximum because she's talking. He says it right there in the thing. It's a violation of the constitutional rights, first and eighth. And doesn't matter. It's all going to get overturned on appeal. The problem is the governor's corrupt. They'll take forever. They're shaving minutes and hours and days off of Tina's life. So what can the president do? As I already identified, I just had one of the top law enforcement and legal experts on planet Earth, not somebody that just interprets the rules that police and departments operate under, write the rules for how departments will operate. Big difference. It's all the difference in the world. We just talked about Tina's situation just now for over an hour. And he concurs. One of the greatest crimes occurring right this second is the crime by the governor, the attorney general, the director of prisons, and the warden, putting corrections officers and personnel in a catch-22. Do they obey President Trump's pardon, or do they enforce the governor's decision to continue to incarcerate Tina Peters, who was put on trial in Colorado? Literally, the whole trial is going to be thrown out as a violation of federal supremacy in this matter. But these guards are being put in place. They don't have legal training. They don't have attorneys at their behest. Think about this. The governor themselves, the governor's not a lawyer. Who does he go to when he gets, advice over what he's able to do legally to keep Tina incarcerated? He goes to his attorneys. Okay, these are the same attorneys advising the governor, the secretary of state, the attorney general, everybody in there, the head of the Bureau of Prisons, even the warden. These are the same attorneys generically advising Colorado, same cut, as advised everybody involved that they could take Trump off the ballot in Colorado in the 2024 election. Okay. And so, we can take Trump off the ballot. Do it. And you had a dozen states waiting. We're going to do it too. As soon as you win Colorado, we're taking him off the ballot in all these other states. You're on the path. Great job. Okay, do it. They went all the way up into the 10th District Court on an election emergency, whether or not they could take Trump off the ballot because of this conviction in New York, and which was on appeal, and that they were going to be able to do it. Everybody said, yeah, you can take him off the ballot. He doesn't stand a chance. We're going to win. Gets to the Supreme Court on an election emergency, and you know what happened? 9-0. Not even one liberal federal justice at the Supreme Court could agree with Colorado, all their attorneys, the governor, the secretary of state, anybody, the AG, about taking Trump off the ballot. Are you kidding me? You don't have the authority to take him off the ballot, you idiots. A 9-0 decision at the Supreme Court, that is telling all the people in Colorado, you're a bunch of effing idiots. That's the equivalent of it. A 9-0? When was the last time you heard of a 9-0 determination at the Supreme Court? It's always 6-3, 7-2. You can always get one liberal justice to decide, no, we got to go this way and get a dissenting opinion. This was 9-0. Not one injustice could find in the way that Colorado wanted to do it. And these are the same attorneys that are now advising, no, you can keep Tina Peters in prison. You can defy a presidential pardon. He doesn't have the authority to do stuff in Colorado. Okay. And what are they basing it on? What are the attorneys basing this opinion that they're giving to the governor, the secretary of state, the attorney general, the Bureau of Prisons director, the warden? What are they basing it on? No case has ever gone to trial on this exact thing. And in fact, the reason no case has gone to trial is because no state has ever tried to overturn a presidential pardon, even in a state case, and they do exist. So what are you basing it on, Governor of Colorado? An attorney's opinion? Is that attorney worth his salt? Are these the same guys that told you could take Trump off the ballot and told your AG and your Secretary of State you could take Trump off the ballot in 2024? What kind of a track record do they have? Is that going to be able to stand? Will that stand the test of time? In the meantime, Tina has damages. They are unlawfully holding her.
Mm-hmm.
If you do get to court eventually, and it's months or years down the road, and get a decision, all the time that Tina remains in your custody in defiance of that presidential order, that pardon, you're on the hook. You unlawfully detained her without any basis. There is no basis in law for them to defy the presidential pardon. And by the way, as far as how prisons are run, do you know that over the years, many times, not just occasionally, a rarity or whatever, many times, federal authorities have had to step into state prisons and take them over. Literally take over a state-run prison because the conditions were so out of compliance, violating the civil rights of the inmates who have civil rights also, even if they're incarcerated. You can't treat them certain ways. You can't put them in certain conditions. Okay? Governors allowed that to happen. Directors of prisons allowed that to happen. Attorneys told them it was okay, and they went ahead and did it. And then the federal government had to step in, take control of the whole prison, entire prison systems. Go look it up. Is President Trump going to have to show up with the 101st Airborne, backing up federal marshals and going in there and taking over the prison where Tina's at so they can take custody of her? And when they're only metering a couple of Justice Department people in there, a couple of U.S. Marshals in the prison at a time, so that nobody can take physical custody of Tina. They want to have a fight. She's got 4 pit bulls around her right now, anytime she's out of her cell, guarding her, not from the inmates, from being taken into custody by anybody that Trump would send there. Think about that. Think about that. It's insane. And the guards, the prison personnel, are being put in this catch-22. Do I obey the president of the United States? How many Trump supporters are in there going, gosh, this doesn't feel right, but I got to keep my job. I got to feed the family. I got to do that. That's what people said in Germany. My family's starving. I got to keep the job. I got to go along with what the courts tell me. Do you realize that the Nuremberg trials, you hear about people like Hess and Goebbels, all these high-profile names, the generals running Germany. But after the big names trials were finished, for years afterwards at Nuremberg, they got down through the ranks. Eventually, it was judges. The first Nuremberg movie wasn't about the big guys and Goebbels taking cyanide and killing himself and defying the hangman. The first Nuremberg movie was about the judges who passed judgment in Nazi Germany because laws had been passed by the legislature and ordered by the Fuhrer.
Wow.
And they enforced it.
I didn't know that.
Okay. Yes, go back and watch the first Nuremberg movie.
Wow.
It's an amazing movie. Stanley Kramer did the movie, a fantastic director. Some of the biggest names in Hollywood at the time are all in that movie. I think it was done in 60 or 61. And really set the country on its ear. And it was about judges and their participation in adjudicating and administering the law against citizens unjustly. Just because somebody passed a law. Well, we were just enforcing the law. That's all my job was to enforce the law. The legislature says that we have to sterilize people if they have, gone against Hitler. If they don't talk nice about it, we got to sterilize them. And the doctors, I hate to do this. Sir, I'm sorry that we got to do this, but here, go lay down on this thing. The nurses, we really feel bad about it. This is really bad. And then they proceed to sterilize people, men, women, in medical facilities, ordered by the court. You don't show up, we come find you. You show up, it goes easier for you. You don't show up, we'll go after your whole family. We won't just sterilize you, we'll sterilize all your kids. We'll throw them in concentration camps after we sterilize them. That's what was going on in Germany. And everybody, I have to have a meal. I've got to take care of my family. I got to keep working. And they went ahead and did it anyway because, it's what everybody was doing. And the Nuremberg trials finally got down through the ranks. People had forgotten about it, but the trials went on because you were part of the machine. Those people that are continuing to hold Tina in state custody in that prison, in these lousy prison conditions, are going to eventually get sued by Tina because they enforced what the governor decreed without authority, without challenging it. They were participants in enforcing that, just like the job. Well, we're just following the law from the legislature. We're just following the law from the Fuhrer. That was the law. I have to enforce the law. I'm a judge. Go watch the first Nuremberg movie, the one that was done in the 60s. And then look at Tina's situation. If you're a guard, are you on the right side of history or the wrong side? If you're a guard, if you're working in the Colorado prison system, we're going to get the logs of every person that had anything to do with Tina's case, including administrative. And you're going to have collective, partial, some type of involvement, guilt, even damages. And by the way, the threshold to prove civil damages is much lower than criminal.
Mm-hmm.
And your personal, your Harley, your car, your college fund, whatever you got, it's all you're civilly on the hook for damages. It's going to be huge damages for Tina. Unbelievable.
Judgment
so what you
at
should
Nuremberg. I have it on the screen right now. It's called Judgment at Nuremberg.
That's right.
Yeah.
And remember, that's not the main people. That's when it started to get down to the enforcers. Okay, the judges, the doctors, the guards, the police that were enforcing unlawful laws, illegal laws. This is a question, is it lawful for a prison guard to enforce a state law over a federal law? Who told you that? Within the union of government employees, that I think it's 706 is the union hall there, where they have employees, prison guards that work at the Supermax prison, Alcatraz of the Rockies, where El Chapo, I keep wanting to say El Gaucho, I don't know why, El Chapo and the Unabomber and lots of other monster people are incarcerated. They're operating under federal authority. If the president says something, they're going to disobey it because the governor of Colorado says something. Just because it was a state charger in state prison, do you have the opportunity to license the proper legal advice to defy a presidential pardon as a state prison guard there at La Vista Prison? Everybody involved in the prosecutions during the Germany, during the war, they were obeying the law. They were enforcing the law. And they were tried at Nuremberg and suffered the consequences because they were just doing what they were told to do. If you're told to lower the thermostat way down low in the cell blocks where Tina was being held, because, the reason they do it, when prisoners are cold, they're less active. They don't do as much mean stuff. That's literally, verbally what's been told, just to keep them less active. But it's a violation of the prisoner's rights. Like we don't have the history. Excuse me. People are coming for you. The president ordered a federal investigation of the prison conditions in Colorado. And as those reports come back, we may be completely justified, forced to send in others to take over control of the prisons in Colorado. Some, many, all, whatever. And the governor's not going to stop that. There's a history of doing that with the violations, with stuff that I know, with people that are already got active things getting ready to be filed legally within the Colorado prison system, within the federal courts. Oh, trauma's ahead. But in the meantime, with Tina's life on the line, her health on the line, her ability to recover, getting to her soon enough, we don't have the luxury of long months or years. It's not happening. Expect action sooner than later. And for all of the prison personnel, at least as a first step to be on the right side of history, I would be sending letters out. I'd get legal counsel myself if it was me. I'm just, my own position is, if I was somewhere in the system, I would retain counsel immediately. $500 or something. Might be $1,000. It's going to be cheap in the end. And ask them to help you to secure a get out of jail free card. What's that look like? They need to immediately send a letter on your behalf to the warden at the prison that you might be working with, not just La Vista, even other ones that Tina's been at, and other prisons within the Colorado system where things are being done improperly, and you know that they are. Are they going to, for example, in Tina Peters' case, indemnify you from any legal action that she might take that would incur personal civil damages or criminal for your actions operating inside the prison in her continued incarceration, in defiance of the presidential pardon? Because they're saying that they have the authority and the president doesn't to hold Tina, and they're using you as a pawn in their political game. So do you have any protection personally while they play their game out that you don't end up having legal action taken against you or tying you down, including your ability to work because you violated some federal thing, as though you knew what you were doing, in defiance of the presidential pardon? Again, when Trump's people come in and take over a whole prison, if that was to happen, is there going to be a job for you? Are you going to be able to get a job at a different location while everything's in question? Every single person working there, did you do stuff on the right side of the law or the wrong side when the Nuremberg trials start? Or some variation thereof. And beyond that, a letter to the warden clarifying your employment situation. You see, if you're having to choose between what the governor says and what the president says, is that a violation of your employment? Is that an unfair labor practice to put you in the position of having to choose between the president and the governor and whose orders you're going to honor? Who has superseding authority? You're in a conundrum and you have to pick which side. That's an unfair labor practice. You're being put in peril from both sides. You're in a vice. And you have to pick one side or the other. And any way you go, let's say that you decide you want to go with President Trump and talk with other guards, and we shouldn't be doing this. We should, allow that the U.S. Marshals come and take custody. We should allow that the attorneys come to the door and take custody of Tina. We should escort her to the door. If you were to do that, you would face redress. You would face employment crisis for obeying a presidential order, pardon, and you get retaliation against you within the state. If, on the other hand, you continue to retain and participate in and hold Tina, now you may come under both civil action from Tina to sue you, where they didn't have legal authority to hold you and you participated from the state level and it gets overturned. you may be personally on your Harley, your classic car, your house on the line. I don't have anything to lose. Okay. Well, maybe in the future you do. And by the way, you do, because you could be incarcerated. Tina was a pawn in the game, and she was really in a more powerful position even than any of the guards there. She was a clerk of a county elected by the citizens in the area. And they took that pawn in this political game and threw her into prison unlawfully. That's all going to get overturned. You think you're in any better position than Tina as a guard in the prison when justice comes knocking? That was the whole conundrum for these people as the Nuremberg trials got down past the really high profile figures to the judge in the neighborhood, a policeman going to pull somebody in, knowing what they were going to do. And they were participants at street level. Because we're going after everybody that is involved in this crimes against Tina when this is all over, with her being held. Think about what I'm telling you. The other letters that you should get a letter of indemnification from the warden, from the Bureau of Prisons Director Mosley, from the Attorney General's office, that, if there's criminal stuff, you were just doing your job and you were authorized to do that, and they're not going to let you get prosecuted, that they're not going to prosecute for anything and allow the feds to come in and prosecute you. He can't actually do that, but then that's my point. He's got you in peril. The governor, are they going to make a decision that and put it out publicly? See, they just assert that the state has the right to keep Tina. On what court case are you settling that opinion on? Where in the legal framework are you settling on? Excuse me, there is no court case. And the presumption is Lincoln incarcerated a whole bunch of insurrectionists.
Yeah.
Your activity in defying a presidential pardon is insurrectionist. It's seditious, undermining the authority of the federal government, of the president of the United States. That is seditious in nature. Do you understand what the risk is? So you need a letter from the governor indemnifying you, and that they will cover any of your expenses, and that they will fight for you, that they've cited this law and that law, and I have the authority to protect you. Okay. And we'll do everything to protect you. We'll hire your attorneys and pay for your time when you go to court to testify, and depositions and everything else. Same thing from the Attorney General, the director of the prisons. And then here's the other thing. You're a union member. I think that the union, I actually have a lot of appreciation for the work that's done in the unions. And I've interacted with some of the best that, kind of relatively notorious figures, but I understand this. Used to have dinner with one of them, very, very famous, periodically, at least once a quarter, and understood the neighborhood pretty well. It's a tough area. People have no concept within that union world and the attorneys that work in that. The union for the corrections officers should be the first one up to bat to tell everybody involved it is not appropriate, and we're not going to stand by while our union members are placed in peril both by the governor and the president, and they have to pick a side. But for their employment, everything else, they pick the side of the governor because that's where the paycheck comes from. Oh, really? And they pick the side of the warden because that's who assigns the hours, etc., and the assignments. Even I'll tell you one other thing. This was a unfair labor practice. The guards at La Vista had to go in and act like cleaners within the broader community jobs that you could have, because you're in charge of protecting society while we have some of these monsters. Most of the people are they're there, they do their time, they know they're there for a reason, and they get it over with. But that's not the majority. and some of them run like a pack of dogs. The Supermax there, let alone the Colorado facilities, very you know, uh, underappreciated how critical they are within society for an American society. So the union needs to step up and mediate between these two camps and not let the guards be in the middle of this. Really, what should have happened is that the governor should have ordered to accept the deal to have Tina go into federal custody. That was the agreement that was being worked on for the last 7 months. With no cost to Colorado, federal government will pay all the bills, take Tina into federal custody while Colorado could continue to pursue their legal action in the state. When the federal government's done with her, they could take back custody of Tina, which might be a decade from now. By then, we've adjudicated everything through the courts, state and federal, and determined if, in fact, the prosecution of Tina was actually lawful and legal, which is going to be overturned. They want their pound of flesh right now. They're paying off their, political buddies using Tina for their political Game of Thrones theater. So what I believe, every guard in there should be asking their union to go to their defense, because it's an unfair labor practice for them to be put in the conundrum of obeying the governor versus the president in this situation. You see what I'm saying? You see how this is a hard thing for those people that work in the prison? They're already doing difficult work, and then they got to pick, am I going to get sued by this inmate? She has the right to do that.
Yes.
The second that pardon was signed, and they're continuing to do it, you've picked a side. That's not fair to you. But it's the way of the world. You have to now make a decision. Do I follow Hitler?
Mm-hmm.
Or do I push the law? Do I push the new law that these criminals put in place? Or the pre-oath law, Heil Hitler? Okay, and it seems extreme to even put it in those kind of terms. But then again, you have a person in custody whose health and life is on the line. Gold Star mother. She doesn't have decades to sort this out. Your actions in shaving days off her life with the harshness, the difficulties that she's been placed in, contributed. What's your liability for contributing to that? I would put the warden online. I don't want to participate in this. I don't want to be on any of the logs. I'm stepping aside. You know what you're doing? You're getting on the right side of history. You're creating a record that you had questions about the legal conundrum you were put in, and you'll pause until you get a legal finding, action, indemnification. I'm on the right side of history. I'm on the right side of the law. The people that purport to say I should do something have the legal right to do that. There's a case called the Federal Crop Insurance, Merrill versus Federal Crop Insurance case. And in that case, the decision was that anyone, put the prison guard in that situation. If you're a prison guard, anyone doing anything with any officer, agent, contractor, employee of the government, doesn't matter whether it's state or federal, by the way, it's on you. It's your responsibility to determine whether or not that person has the authority to order, direct, control what they say they have the authority to do. So it's tough, but it is the decision. It's up to you before you enter into any contract, agreement, operation, employment, anything with any government employee to determine first, do they have the authority to do what they purport to say that they have the authority to do? Does the governor of Colorado have the legal authority to defy a presidential pardon? And if you're not an attorney and you're not certain, you should seek legal counsel. Ask that legal counsel to get a letter in writing, not just a verbal agreement, a letter in writing citing the basis for that authority, something that can be verified, to do that. I have a judge in a case right now where he doesn't know it yet, but we have him on tape, on record in the courtroom several times, overturning motions. And I'm not going to give you details on it because this hasn't been sprung yet on this judge. This judge was pulling cases out of his ass, cases that never existed. And he says, well, such and so case, so-and-so, in this court, it was determined that this was the legal finding case. So I'm going to decide against this motion and set it aside. Or I'm going to decide for this motion and go with it. We started looking because there was one case he cited. I'm like, I don't remember that case. I think we'd know about that case because that is in violation of this other case. So we start looking around. We can't find the case. I pay people big money, big money. Go make sure I'm not missing something. He actually said what court that happened in. And there is no such case. Then we start looking at all the other stuff, including a couple of other cases. We start looking. This judge is quoting cases that don't exist. And then saying my ruling is based on such and so. Nobody had ever challenged it that way and gone to the depths. So when the governor says that he has the authority to defy a presidential pardon, where's the case? He doesn't have it. It's never been adjudicated. Peter Tickton, Tina's attorney, the lead counsel, President Trump's friend, has looked at the issue and says, no court has ever determined this, and no federal presidential pardon has ever been overturned. So what's the governor of Colorado pulling out of his ass? I mean, there's questions about a whole bunch of stuff that's been say that he has the authority to do this. Does he have the authority to do it? That's what crop insurance, Merrill versus Crop Insurance Corporation, says. It's up to you, the person entering into an agreement, the guy that's agreeing with the governor to keep Tina incarcerated, working with the Bureau of Prisons, working with the warden to keep Tina incarcerated. It's up to you as a guard. It's on you. Seems crazy, but it is, to first determine that any government agent, officer, employee that you may be engaged with, agreeing with, doing something on behalf of, entering into a contract with, your employment agreement, by the way, has the authority to order the things they order, to do the things they do, promise the things they promise. And if it's not true, it's up to you to challenge it, to verify it, or not take action on what they've told you to do when they don't have the authority to do it, and you become you're in collusion. It's actually called racketeering. If there is a conspiracy amongst the guards, the warden, the Bureau of Prisons, the governor, the attorney general to keep Tina incarcerated, that's covered as a racketeer influence corrupt organization in defiance, in this case, of a presidential pardon. Do you think if they're able to put Tina, a 70-year-old grandmother, Gold Star mom, elected by the citizens in Mesa County, in jail, in prison, where she's at right now, if they can do that to her, do you have the pull that she has? Are you going to be a pawn in this bigger game, this political game? Don't do it, man. Get a legal opinion. Hire your brother-in-law, your friend from college, whoever the attorney is, that you just need the basics. Send a letter to each one of those ones. I need an answer within 24 hours. And what's your authority? And am I indemnified? If they come after me, are you going to protect me? Get it in writing. Remember the scene at the end of Clear and Present Danger with Harrison Ford, and he's confronting the White House official, and the White House official pulls a paper out and flashes it in Ford's face. And he says, I have a letter. See that there? That's signed by the president. I have a letter. Do you have a letter? You're going to go before Congress. You're going to defend your actions before Congress. I have a letter. And they're not coming after me because I was doing it under orders and it was official and I was well protected. Do you have a letter from the governor saying you're fully authorized. I'm going to protect you come hell or high water. The state of Colorado is going to pay every last expense for you, even if they come after your car, your Harley, your personal whatever. I'm going to protect you, and the state of Colorado is going to protect you. Do you have a letter? If you don't, you better get an attorney and get those letters going right now. And you want responses immediately within 24 hours from the warden, the Bureau of Prisons, the Attorney General, and the governor. And oh, by the way, you should be talking to the union and union attorneys. Am I on solid ground? Am I being put in a conundrum, a catch-22 situation? Will you help me in fighting this unfair labor practice against the guards? The guards should get together. I don't care what side. I don't care if you think that Tina should be incarcerated. You're still in danger. I don't care if you hate that Tina's being incarcerated. Gosh, I hate to do this operation. You know, I'm not in agreement with this, but I got to pay my bills. I got to get a check. That was the reason they ended up in trials at Nuremberg, and they were average citizens just doing their job. Figure it out.
Hey, Juan, I know you have another hard stop here pretty soon. I just want to make sure people knew that they could go to the JenniferMackStore.com, the JenniferMack.com, the JenniferMack.com. And there's a beautiful video called Free Tina Peters, Hallelujah. I've been showing it on the screen, but with the sound.
Yes, Jen put that together, yes.
It's fantastic. So make sure you go to thejennifermack.com. Share that video. It'll take you to a Rumble video. The link will, and it's just a beautiful video with sound.
You know what? Let me just mention something. You know what? That video was extremely suppressed out across the internet. Extremely suppressed. And it should have got hundreds of thousands, millions of views. It only showed as having got like a few thousand views. I could put something out anywhere. I'd get 300,000 views in a heartbeat. And I had somebody within the system that says, yeah, that was detuned. They tried to suppress that every way they possibly could because people were sharing. You know, it's download and share. Just share it peer to peer.
Right.
It wasn't getting shared allegedly. No, it got shared a lot. But everywhere they could, they stamped it down. Took down posts and telegrams and X's and everything else because they hated that video, the machine. They stopped everything. And it's a fantastic video. So please, it deserves another push. And if your people push it hard and get it out and force it out there, that's an amazing video that Jen did. So please do. It's a fun one. It's actually, you know, it's one of those ones you want to listen to more than once.
Yeah, no question. And I think I'm going to pull it down and put it on Faith and Freedom TV. So you guys can find it there at Faith and Freedom TV as well. But go to thejennifermack.com and it'll give you the link right away. Again, thejennifermac.com. And that's also where you can get the gold and silver, get all kinds of things like the Matador jackets and all kinds of cool. Magador. Yes.
In fact, let me just say this, and I've said it before, but I don't want to be over redoing it. But listen, even in the last many hours, without getting into all the weeds on this, two of the biggest silver consumers on planet Earth have had to go to mines and literally buy all the silver that the mine can produce for the next several years. And the number that they agreed to pay is significantly higher than what you see silver at right now. That's a very artificial price. It's diluted by paper trades in the mid 60s now, mid 60s,
65, 56 right now.
60s, yeah. And the reason is because the amount of silver available, a lot of the silver contracts, the physical silver wasn't delivered at the beginning of the month, and it's going to fail again at the end of this month. 1st of January. And so these companies, for industrial purposes, they have to have silver for computer chips. They have to have silver for, the materials for these server farms and solar farms like that. China stopped all silver from being exported out of the country because it's a critical material for all of the electronics that they build and like that. And there's not enough, even with all of their mining and like that, they can bring in from the rest of the world. So silver is poised to go significantly higher. And even the trades that were just done, the one that I was made aware of a few hours ago, where I questioned, well, is that true? Is what these people saying actually true? I got to one of the principals within that negotiation on the legal side. He said, yeah. And he couldn't give me the exact number, but it's a 3-digit number in the low 3 digits for that ramps up at certain checkpoints 6 months from now, a year from now, year and a half. And so they pre-bought silver from the mining company that they will then have to find somebody to final process, refine, etc. But the amount that they're paying is way over the current valuation. Why is that? Because their businesses stop if they don't have enough silver. They cannot wait until somebody finally decides to deliver silver. They have to have predictable supply coming in. So they're hiring private security to come in and auditors to come in and monitor the mine production and movement of the silver ore and the early processing. And then they will continue that as they move it to locations for final processing and then transfer to their manufacturing facilities. They're going to, with private security, protect every stage of it. And they've agreed to pay with the mining companies a number higher than what you're seeing currently right now. Why? Because the true price of silver, especially for industrial purposes, is much higher, and they need huge volumes. Silver is under threat to go radically higher, especially as it's understood that much of the silver that's in existence being traded right now isn't real. It's paper promises, it's paper fiat that won't result in real physical silver showing up at the industrial use locations. So silver's under threat to go significantly higher next year. And as the Treasury comes in and uses silver and gold certificates for real silver and gold on deposit in the Treasury facilities, not just paper promises like the Federal Reserve, etc. Something's coming. So getting silver coins, of course, I think what Jen and I have is fantastic, and it's going to have collector value out in the future. And we don't print that many, by the way. We don't mint that many. It's a very limited supply. We're coming to the end now. I have one more delivery of silver coins for 2025, and then we're on to 2026. And by the way, the one for 2026, we'll do a pre-sale on it shortly. It's going to be epic. But with prices still pretty volatile, I'll probably have to move up prices. It's already past right now the price where I should have moved up my prices, but I held because I think it's still got one more bounce in it before it goes up further past 70. And so this is a good price right now, but you don't have to buy it from me. Buy it, silver coin, if you get like a US minted coin or Canadian minted coin, is actually very good with the maple leaves. It's actually a higher quality than the US coins, by the way, higher silver content. But it's not pure silver. And so the prices will look like they're at spot price, but remember, you're getting a coin that's like, even in the pre-64 stuff, that's like, 70% silver, and the rest of it's things to make the coin strong enough to survive. So you're not getting a pure silver coin. That's why even what we have, which is 999 pure. And then, by the way, the other thing is that the coins that we have, just so you understand, they're proof quality. Proof quality coins, there's a bunch more steps that go into making a proof quality coin with its purity, and also it's a polished coin before it's actually stamped. There's a lot more steps to it, and then the dies have to be changed periodically because in order to keep a nice, deep, solid stamping. So there's a lot goes into it. We're actually extremely competitive. We're almost exactly, I think, just a hair under what the U.S. proof quality coins are for the Silver Eagles, which is not spot price. So somebody asked me about this. That's why I'm taking a second to explain that.
Okay.
We're very, very competitive, and then the themes like that. I think these coins, they're going to be. This is the 2025 Gitmo coin, and you can see how it's got all the polish on it. So
Yeah.
that's because of these extra steps. And then I think this is going to be so epic, so part of the whole theme of Trump moving on, Trump taking on the deep state bull, and Trump as the Megador, not just Matador, but Megador, taking on the deep state bull. Because what's this about? It's the deep state trying to hijack control of America. One of the interesting things on Tina's case, I think it's kind of a fun, interesting thing. I never follow the Zodiac stuff and all that. It's just not an area that I want to go into. However, let me just add this. There is some interesting things in the Old Testament that tie to the different seasons of the year and some of the Zodiac stuff that some of the guys that look at it's like, well, yeah, that is in there. But anyway, it doesn't mean I run my life by that stuff. It's an interesting curiosity. I think some people have shipwrecked their faith by looking at the creation, not the creator.
Yeah.
But that said, the sign in the Zodiac that the governor of Colorado is born under is Taurus. Taurus, the bull. And how interesting that the place where this challenge in this great arena that we're all watching, this bullfight with Trump versus Polis, and this imagery comes into play at this exact place in Tina's case. Denver, that location in Colorado is like a great big bowl or cauldron. And from the occult side, because it's the highest major city in the continental U.S., that's why they wanted these underground facilities out at the airport and everything else that they're going to run the world from if they got their way. They actually, from the occult side, view that as a cauldron and to work from, doing their magic spells and mixing things up. But it's also kind of an arena. And the whole world's having to show up in this fight. And bullfights are messy things. They're horrible. And by the way, there's, I'll tell you what, Jen has a blanket in her store there.
That's what I'm showing.
It is an extremely high quality blanket. Okay. It's like awesome. And we looked at a bunch of blankets, a couple of them that we could sell for a lot less. And when we found this one and you compared it with the other blankets, it wasn't even a contest. This is such a wonderful blanket. Keep your legs warm in the wintertime, cuddle up under it, at the beach. We had it down at the beach the other day and she used it on the beach. And it was nice because we were watching the sunset and we stayed, toasty warm, even though we had a pretty good breeze because a big storm came in, huge waves and everything. We were watching it at the sunset the other day when I came back here. And but it's football games for grandma, grandpa over the couch, whatever. It's awesome. So just so you know.
Yeah, and I'm just showing it so you can get it in gray or beige. It looks like just
on the backing. Yeah.
Yeah, just FYI. But now, thank you so much, Juan, for taking the time. I know you have a commitment, but wanted to just say a turbo prayer for you real quick. Hey, one turbo question maybe and turbo answer is, I was just shocked about how all the Venezuela stuff came out with all the evidence and 2 generals and the lack of even coverage of that, even with influencers. What do you think is up with that?
Well, they still don't fully understand the magnitude of what's in play here. Let me just say this for everybody here. The most important thing that Trump will ever do in his entire life, the most important thing that he will do within public life and his office as president, first and second term, the singular most important thing, and he knows this, that he will ever do is to bring about honest elections. It's the core of the whole American experience. When the Pilgrims came here, it was to get out from under bloodline rule, where it wasn't the best and brightest that ran the country. It was the bloodline privilege that got control, not just at the king or queen, but down through the ranks. And they were essentially pawns, slaves in somebody else's game. If you weren't born that way, you didn't get past it. Oh, you could perform, you could do things, you could get honors and things like that, but that didn't make you bloodline. You might marry into the bloodline, your offspring might get some place in it, but that was rare and it was down at the bottom of the ranks. Anything further up senior, they're only marrying in between the bloodlines. So they came to America to be sovereigns over their own household. And that was the American experience dream. When you capture and steal elections, it's of the elite, by the elite, for the elite. It's a criminal class. Stealing votes, counterfeiting votes is more valuable than counterfeiting money. Why? Because the money gets spent by the people that counterfeit the votes and get in office.
Amen.
So when you understand what's going on in this Game of Thrones, by bringing back honest, lawful elections where the people that you voted for, your fellow citizens, take office, that you actually get to pick and choose who work for you within government, not some selection process where you just get fed a bunch of crap and somebody gets in there that'll do somebody else's bidding in these hijacked elections. That's the most important right of the citizens of America and people around the world. So when Trump restores honest elections, the scripture says God hates unjust weights and measures. People that put a fraudulent weight to try and get gain over their neighbor on how much grain they get, to how much meal, how much something else. When you have dishonest weights and measures, that's something that God detests completely. And unjust votes is an unjust weight and measure. God hates that. So Trump is in a very godly position to return honest elections to the American people. The second thing that Trump wants to do, the other leg that he will stand before the throne of God on, when I was in the right place and I had the authority, I restored honest elections to the people, not just in America, but across the world. We start with America. We're going to get an honest election 2026, and then we go help the rest of the world. The people that stole the election 2020, in their affidavits, in their testimony before grand juries, they've testified before 3 so far. There's another one coming shortly. In their testimony, and they'll be doing testimony at Gitmo and other places eventually. In their testimony, they said that they overturned the elections in 71 countries, plus the United States. All of those countries will need our help to overturn the fraud, the people that are in office fraudulently in those countries, and restore citizen-controlled government in those places. Honest weights and measures within the electoral system. And then the second leg that Trump will stand on is honest money. He's going there. It's going to be gold and silver coin, which is what the Constitution allows for, and gold and silver certificates for coin on deposit in the Treasury, moving away from the Federal Reserve System, but doing it in such a way that it doesn't destroy the country or the world on the way. We're going to move away from these international Reserve System, and back to Treasury control over the minting of our money, what constitutes money and how we trade it, and not fiat. Certificates of deposit, silver certificates, gold certificates like Kennedy had. Go research it. Honest elections, honest weights and measures in elections, honest money, honest weights and measures within the money, not these frauds. We as a church, disciples of Christ, that's how we get back to us being in charge and not these occultists, these people serving Satan himself with all these illegalities. And along the way, injustices in the legal system, like what's happening to Tina.
Mm-hmm.
Get honest elections, you'll get people representing you, and the things like what's happened to Tina will cease to occur. Get honest money, and the frauds within the way that the government operates and steals from the citizens and gives to these globalista families still goes away. And that's the beauty of what Trump's doing. And we pray for him as he goes, as he does what he's been commissioned, anointed, set to do. And he can't do every last thing. So others will have to rise up. We pray for those next leaders who are in training right now out across the country, being prepared for their moment of service just ahead as we transition at some point in the not too distant future from a Trump operation to others coming in to administer America as we go out to help the rest of the world. Does that click for you guys?
That's exciting stuff, is what it is. It's really exciting. So let me just say a quick prayer for you, Juan, and thank you for you and Jennifer. Lord, did we just lift up a Juan and Jennifer to you right now for their protection, their future team, and also not just protection, but also just blessings. Lord, just amplify their voices like never before. Lord, we just lift up Tina Peters for a miracle to happen here, Lord, just like you did with Paul and Silas. Just open those doors somehow, some way. Allow the hearts to change of some of these criminals in Colorado, or Trump to make a decision, but free her quickly. And before Christmas, Lord, we ask, by the mighty name of Jesus, give her a Christmas present, give us a Christmas present to have her free and clear and out of there. And Lord, we just pray specifically for her health. Just touch her with your Jehovah Rapha touch, Lord. We thank you. We love you. And may people just that are listening to this broadcast, Lord, just take action on calling Colorado, calling the White House, just putting pressure on making this happen at this point in time before Christmas, Lord. We thank you and we love you. And we say these things in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen. Thank you.
And we pray for all those people, those personnel within the Colorado prison system and the unions. And we ask that you would give them peace as they proceed correctly to get on the right side of history, that you would move on their hearts and minds, just like you moved on Pharaoh's heart, that the jailers would hear your voice, Father God, your angels, your direction, and sensitive at this other level in a spiritual sense of their role in justice or injustice. And it would help them to have clarity of mind in the next moves, in their understanding of what they should do individually, each and every one, to be on the right side of history. Give them clarity of mind. We know that your people, many of them, Christians, are in the system in a conundrum, and we ask you to give them clarity of mind and your peace as they choose the right path moving forward in this matter concerning Tina and the presidential pardon.
Thank you, Lord. Looks like we just lost audio on you. Looks like he got dropped completely. So thank you guys so much for joining us here. We're going to move to the Word and Worship channel to actually I'm going to move to this screen real quick just to show you guys. But again, just go to Rumble or Faith and Freedom TV. So if you're on Faith and Freedom TV, I'm going to come over out here for a second. Faith and Freedom TV, what you'll do is you'll just watch on the web app, and that's just faithandfreedom.tv, faithandfreedom.tv. And then see this live, we have 3 live streams here, but we also have, if you move over a little bit, there's the Word and Worship channel right there. Praise and Prayer and Word and Worship live. We're going to be going live there in about 10 minutes. In addition, you can go to Rumble and do the same thing. Just type in Word and Worship. Remember, it's Word with the N, Worship, and Faith and Freedom. Faith with the N, Freedom. I use the N as in Nancy for our handles, right? So if you're in Rumble, you type in Word with the letter N, and you're going to pop right up there. It's the first one that pops up. That is where we are going to be. We have a 7x24 Growing Your Faith channel there as well. And again, Word and Worship, Word with the N, Worship on both Faith and Freedom TV as well as Rumble. See you over there on one of those 2 platforms in just a few minutes. God bless you, and talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
With Tina, the more upset I become because there's a justification. And by the way, this justification is not just on the left. The justification is on the left and on people that say that they support us, like the Mike Johnsons, like the Jim Jordans, like I'm going to go down the line, Lindsey Graham. And then sometimes I see President Trump re-endorse those people, and it scares the hell out of me. Because then I'm like, I know he knows. I know he knows. And getting Tina out, that she's being abused.
Well, let me just add this, Joe. The work that you and I have done, even over the last month, when they didn't get Tina out, and we'd played nice all the way up to her birthday, and okay, we're working it. We understand there's this difficulty, there's that. Justice Department, and then they completely abandoned. It just was. There's no prayer. You couldn't wait another day. Her health is failing. We went to a different gear, okay, and as was appropriate. No more patty cakes. I'm done with that. It should never have been allowed to get to this point in the first place. It just had to go to another level. And so, I've done 45 shows in the last month. Just about Tina. I pushed everything else off to the side. I don't want to talk, there's financial, there's war, there's Venezuela, there's Japan, Mideast Asia, all sorts of things in other states. As far as I'm concerned, all of it, the pivot point for all of these things is Tina. And by the way, let me just add this one thing. And I know Tina knows this. And so she doesn't want the wrong thing just to get something. She's come this far. We got to complete the course we're on. In this 5G chess that we're in, just imagine a chessboard where there's 5 boards stacked above each other and below. And the top board and the bottom board are veiled. You can't see the players on them. Yet both chess masters can pop people in and out from their board that's veiled. So Trump has a veiled board. His opponent can't see it, and neither can the rest of us. Our opponents have a veiled board, and we can't see their players, but they can pop in out of nowhere, pop out to nowhere, disappear, and seemingly be gone and pop back up. For the whole world, you're only seeing the 3 main boards. Well, that's complex enough, let alone they got boards where somebody can pop in and out and you didn't even know they existed. In chess is a game of attrition. So it has a limited number of moves. It's not like other stuff where it continues to expand and divide. As players come off the board, there's fewer potential moves. As players come off the board because you're taking out players. That's the whole point of chess. It's a game of attrition. And so you sacrifice players to gain position. But Tina's not a sacrifice. Let me tell you what's going on with Tina. In chess, as you move across the board, if you're a pawn, and remember, the whole game starts with pawns moving across the board. Most of the first initial moves are pawns moving out of the way for pieces behind them. And they get across the board and they get taken. They're sacrificed because it forces the other team to make a move to defend themselves. or to move forward aggressively, and they take out pawns in the game. But one interesting thing about a pawn is if the pawn makes it all the way to the other side of the board,
It's kinged.
it becomes a queen. With all the power and latitude of movement of the queen, the most powerful piece on the table. You have 2 rooks, you have 2 knights, you have 2 bishops, you got 1 queen. And it's all there to protect the king. In this particular case, if Tina makes it all the way to the other side of the board, which she is going to, she will be the most powerful piece, as powerful as any other piece on the board and more, as the existing queen. She will have all of that power. And now your leverage on the game increases exponentially. Tina's going to be able to talk not only about election fraud and how to correct it moving forward, she's also going to be able to talk about what has to be done in the prosecution. She's not just going to testify at trials with judges. She's going to be testifying at Gitmo and similar facilities. There's 3 of them in tribunal settings against Americans involved in election crimes against America. Think about that. This is going to a whole nother level. And by the way, even going to your conversation with me here just a minute ago, those people that participated in frauding the election domestically are in fact conspiring with foreign actors. So at a technical level, they are a foreign agent. And it is foreign interference, even if they're domestic and they're here in the country, they've already realigned themselves with foreign agents. And by the way, for people that say, well, I just moved a thumb drive and I knew there was stuff on there, but I did that because I was in on it, but I just moved a thumb drive. I didn't really change anything. I put the cardboard on the windows. Okay. Excuse me. If you're just a getaway driver in a bank robbery, hello, you can also be charged with everything that the guys in the bank did. If there's a murder, if there's a gunshot, you get charged with everything because you're an accessory to that crime.
Right.
Okay. And they might mitigate some of the sentencing and like that, but they don't have to. And so you're involved in a crime to steal the election. There's a lot of people that thought their activity and actions were nobody's ever going to know. But when they do know, sorry, you were the getaway driver. I didn't know they were robbing the bank. Oh, you when they left with guns in their, well, it's a dangerous neighborhood. And when they came back with the bags of money and you pushed on the gas to get out of there, did you ask any questions? What's the bags of money here? Yeah, come on, man. Give me a break. These people are gonna suffer greatly. And they're gonna be looking, how much are you gonna feel heartfelt? I'm so sad. Poor Jenna. Gosh, she's had a really bad hair day. I feel so bad about Jenna. Right. She feel bad about Tina? Do any of these feel bad about Tina? How's it going to be when Governor Polis's $30 million is now Tina's $30 million? You think that's not going to happen? Tina has a suit against him because here's the thing. This is what I wanted to say to your audience today. There's 1,000 places that we could go to.
Yeah.
We've had papers, stuff that has been, out there presented to the warden and to the Department of Corrections director and like that, putting them on notice that their acts concerning Tina are essentially a violation of law and her civil rights. And
so I have that letter.
Yeah, well, that's the proposed one that is for publication. Let's get there in just a moment. But there's a letter now from John, her local Colorado attorney, that went to, he's written 2 letters now to Department of Corrections and to the warden, CCing Governor Polis, saying that they're violating Tina's civil rights. By implication, Tina can sue everybody involved, every single last one of them, including the prison guards. See, if the prison guards do something unlawful, unconstitutional, they violate somebody's civil rights, they personally can be sued. And the department, the union might back them up or whatever, but then again, they might not. And if their violation is egregious enough, the government can't represent them. They violate. They were outside their contract, their employment agreement. So the danger for all of the guards and people involved in the prison system in Colorado is, especially with publication, they're on notice that they personally are going to get the opportunity to be sued by Tina. It's a notice by publication of a potential violation. Okay, it's called an NOPV, notice of potential violation. So they'll be on notice that they personally can be sued. Their personal property, their personal future pay can be levied when Tina wins. And the government can't protect them. And if the government does want to protect them or says they will, okay, better get a letter. Remember that scene from Clear and Present Danger where Harrison Ford's confronting the guy in the White House about his actions, kind of an Ollie North type of a thing. And the guy says, I have a letter. The president signed this letter. So I was doing it under his direction, his authority. Do you have a letter for the things you did down in Colombia? And if you don't have a letter, then you might be going to jail. Okay. Do these Department of Corrections people have a letter? I would say they need it from their union and they need it from the governor. But I wouldn't, every person there, if I was a prison guard, if I was an administrator, anywhere, including the director of the prisons, I would get an independent, not a government attorney. I'd hire my own attorney for an hour. Here's my situation. Should I get a letter and ask for the union to guarantee that they're going to cover your expenses for legal counsel, not the guy that just got out of law school last week and it's his first case, not the government attorney who, may or may not know where his ass is, but real counsel that costs real money to defend you for your actions while you had Tina in your custody and she was incarcerated and you had her protection, control, couldn't let her out when the president issued a pardon. Because see, that clock already started ticking. The second that the pardon was signed by Trump, anybody that obstructed the pardon being enforced is now actively holding Tina in violation of her civil rights and a federal pardon, the presidential pardon. Just because Polis says he has the authority to tell his prison guards to do this, and just because the warden says they have that authority, by the way, no court case has ever examined this issue. It's never happened. And the presumption is that the president's stuff is right. And that's where the law starts. So you're going to have to prove that the president was wrong. This is an inversion of that thing with the 6 Democrats that came out, the Gang of Six, saying that you don't have to obey an illegal order. Okay, let's go the opposite way. All of those prison guards don't have to obey an illegal order. Is the order by Governor Polis, is the order by the warden legal that you continue to detain Tina Peters? You've picked a side. You better get a letter saying that if it turns out you were wrong and that they told you something that wasn't true, that they're going to cover your legal expenses and any damages. Because your house, your car, your classic might be on the line. Tina knows I love classic cars, so she might get some classic cars from you guys, trucks and 4-wheel drives, and I'll buy them at auction.
I love classic cars.
Yeah. So, but again, the people need to think in these kinds of terms. If you're in the prison system, you're in a very precarious situation, and you're going to be notified, publicly notified. That's a skeletal copy that's going to be refined all day today and tomorrow. We're going to publish that.
Can we put up the
go ahead and put it up.
Can we put up the letter? So let's, if we can, put up the letter from John Case to the warden.
Well, proposed. Put up John Case letter first. Yeah.
Yeah. This is the proposed letter from. Well, this is the one that you put out there. So I took it directly off.
Well, it's not from John. This is a proposed letter for the Ticton team and John Case. This is what my team put together, and I'm offering it to the audience, just like we put out the executive order, proposed version of the executive order.
So
now, there may be people in your audience.
This is the one that you put out on your X.
Well, we haven't put it out yet. You're the first person to see it outside of my legal advisors. Okay. So we put this.
Can't be the right one then, because this one is I took right off of your deal.
Oh no, that's John Case's one. I think right there.
Let's read John Case's first, and then we'll read the other one.
Okay,
and then we'll read the other one that you actually sent to us. Yes.
Okay.
Well, let me read this. Dear Warden Stansel, on December 5th, 2025, President Donald J. Trump issued a full and unconditional pardon to my client Tina M. Peters at approximately 5:55 p.m. on December 12th, 2025. I personally served a copy of the presidential pardon on armed DOC staff at the La Vista Correctional Facility and requested they release Miss Peters. Instead of releasing Miss Peters, as required by federal law, DOC personnel stated that they would not comply with President Trump's pardon. Their refusal is categorically unlawful. A presidential pardon is self-executing and immediately terminates all legal authority for continued custody. Your refusal to release Mrs. Peters is not a clerical delay. It is a willful deprivation of liberty under the color of law in direct violation of 18 U.S.C. 242. If more than one DOC employee acts in concert to block her release, it further constitutes a conspiracy to deprive rights under 18 U.S.C. 241. I expect Ms. Peters to be released immediately. If she is not, her attorneys will pursue all available civil and criminal remedies against every state officer and official who knowingly participated in obstructing the enforcement of a presidential pardon. Please provide written confirmation without delay, identifying the precise time Ms. Peters will be released in order to create a plan to safely receive her.
And by the way, John's doing tremendous work. He got kind of sent on a mission the other day to the prison doors because things have to be formalized. There has to be a formal, direct request in order to further tighten the noose, if you will, that it's not just something from the governor's office or the attorney general's office. Those people at the gate put themselves on the line, in the fight, on a side, and I'm just following orders. I was told, okay, were the orders lawful? Okay, how did you check that? That's where, by the way, when you're talking to your attorneys, guys, for the prison employees, when you're talking to the attorneys, mention the Merrill versus crop insurance case. Merrill, MERRIEL, I think. But Merrill versus crop insurance, the judge, the Supreme Court decided that, I take it back, it may have been the 10th Circuit right there in your area. But anyway, the court decided that no person engaging in any kind of business or contract with a federal government employee or agent, in other words, contractor, should take what they say at face value. That it's up to the person taking action, the person who has something in peril. In other words, the prison guards and administrative people. It's up to them to determine if what the government employee, agent, officer, etc., if what they have said is the law that they can do or should do, or any promises they make. It's up to the person who is engaging with them in any form of business or contract to determine if they have the authority to do what they say they're going to do. So the way you determine that is, I want a letter. I want a letter from the warden at the prison.
Correct.
Indemnifying me that they're going to protect me because they're totally lawful and why it's lawful. Not just that they will do it, but on what legal basis are they citing as their authority to do anything which they purport to do? And then second of all, I would also ask that from the Department of Corrections lead, Stencil, who's named here, and then beyond that, I would also ask for the same thing from the governor. I wouldn't trust that any one of them has the authority to do what they've said to do. And if they don't and you accept it, then you accept the consequences. That's the whole point of crop insurance, Merrill versus crop insurance, is that anybody entering into the contract, they're, the consequences, they're taking it on with full knowledge that they've made a decision that they're going to trust that the government employee, agent, officer, etc., has the authority to say that, to do what they purport, you should do. And if they don't, it's on you. Too bad. So you better get a letter. You better and I'd get it in writing. I wouldn't take it. See, right now, all those people have is somebody's word. They've all been just told, yeah, no, we're fine. Or they got a letter. Okay, so the letter just says he has the authority. Doesn't mean that they're going to indemnify you. Your name on the letter. I want a letter to me personally with my name on it that you're going to protect me, provide legal counsel, and pay any damages that may arise from being in anywhere touching Tina Peters. And then the other thing is that the next step for the legal team is not just John Case, but Peter Tickton as the lead counsel. They will at some point want the logs of everybody working in the prison and what they were doing and where they were at concerning Tina, including the teacher that made all the bullshit statements about her that led to a lot of the recent drama. But we'll get logs, and then every one of them should understand that they're personally, potentially in violation and liable personally, not just the state. And then every taxpayer in Colorado needs to think about this. If the governor says he's going to indemnify all of the employees against any kind of a legal claim from Tina for anything they've done, that's going to be on the Colorado taxpayers. They're going to have to pay that. Tina's not just going to buy a G6. She's going to buy a whole airline with her winnings. Okay? Because she's going to win. The trial should never have taken place. That's why the judge 41 times blocked actions to show that she was doing what she was doing under federal authority, never let it be part of the trial, never let the jury hear it. Got a conviction through his obstruction of justice.
What's the outcome for people like Matthew Barrett? What's the Judge Matthew Barrett? What's the outcome for people like Dan Rubenstein, who lied and obstructed and covered up the crimes? What's the outcome for the investigator that personally called up Matt, who's the head of the County Clerks and Recorders Association, and they worked together, they conspired together to hide the improprieties? What's the penalty for them?
Well, I think, I don't want to get ahead of what may happen in court, but, those people operated under color of authority, and everybody involved thought they were on the right side of stuff. And yet, then again, did they? No, they were colluding. See, here's part of it that's not even in the public side completely yet. Remember, you had Tor Mars, and she was recording a lot of these conversations taking place behind the scenes between various of the players, the judge, the Secretary of State, other things, their text communications and all that. I believe that's all going to come out. And when it does, if they were colluding in the way that it appears, I think eventually that's going to be determined to have been criminal collusion in order to deprive. They may not be getting out of this with just a fine or a loss of position. They may very well be in the very position that Tina's in because of what they did. So we'll have to see. I mean, I don't want to, state something as a fact before we get there, but I can guarantee you, they got a rough day ahead of them somewhere in here. It's going to be pretty epic. And these will take a decade to play through. Okay. So I don't care as long as Tina's free. Yeah. I don't care if it takes a decade. Let them lose hair over this. Let them, hand wring over this, the way they did to Tina times 10. I think it's appropriate. There's some kind of karma thing that's about to happen, and for all of this audience, it may be slow in coming to this reversal as the pendulum swings back, but the reality is, it is swinging back already, even with what President Trump's going to do with his White House Oval Office talk to the country tomorrow. And every day afterwards, you're going to be seeing things that it's going to be like, oh, finally. Well, even there, it wasn't wrong that the president has taken as long as he has because the issues are so great. There's so much at stake that you don't have the luxury of getting one detail wrong. The whole world is on the line here, and we're adults. Even Tina's situation over the last many weeks, the calls to the White House were trending all Tina with all the things in the world for the last month since we pressed hard on this. Your audiences and dozens of others have been calling the White House, as well as Polis and everybody else. But it was the White House. It was President Trump. Even the calls to the Justice Department. The White House, President Trump did what he did unilaterally. He said, okay, carry out of the way. I'm issuing a presidential pardon. I could care less what those, advisors. President Trump, he's got Job's advisors. Remember in the Bible, Job, his friend.
Oh, yes. I'm very familiar with the story.
And they're so, here's what you do. And then his own wife, okay? It's that bad, okay? Oh, my gosh. Talk about advisors, right? So President Trump has horrible advisors. I've said this, horrible. Trump has actually turned to his attorneys in the Oval Office and said to other people, you're the worst attorneys. Do you see what I got for attorneys? This is the advice they give me. He's literally criticized in front of other people because they give him such lousy advice. So Trump says, okay, I've done listening to you guys. Presidential pardon, write it up. Here's what I wanted to say. Get it done. I want it in a few hours. And he got it done. He didn't even listen to anybody else. So we're here because Trump, done. But it's also because he's on a timeline. And he knows that Tina couldn't quite make it to the finish line without a little bit of support. And so he's not deviating from the main timeline, which is on a schedule regarding the national emergency regarding elections and the date he wants to put that executive order out. That's kind of written in stone. And so he's adjusting stuff with sending in, doing the federal inquiry about the conditions in the prison, calling attention to Tina, multiple times talking about Tina now over the last couple of weeks. And but even as important as getting Tina out is, he couldn't blow the larger game or get out of step on the timing, and that's tough to say or hear, but it's just the way it is.
So I know I can see the comments from everybody else, and the thing that they're saying right now is that all of that is great. All that's terrific. You got thousands of people that are involved in this fraud. Thousands.
You know what? Let me just add one little thing. Yeah. Isn't it amazing? They spent during Trump's first term tens and tens of millions of dollars building special port facilities at Gitmo where they can take every single FEMA ship. Remember, within this crowd, a lot of you remember these FEMA ships. We're all going to be put in prison in FEMA ships. They're going to come for all of us, patriots, and blah, blah, blah. In fact, oh, by the way, yesterday and the day before, I was with Roseanne Barr, and she's doing a 6-part special. She just started filming yesterday, and it's all about the patriots and having to build underground tunnels, and they're all coming for us. It's a great comedy. Randy Quaid is her boyfriend.
Randy Quaid.
Dennis Quaid, who played Reagan. Randy Quaid is Roseanne's boyfriend in this 6-part series TV show, and she just started filming on that, and it's going to be epic, hysterical. She's such a great friend, but because we're going to make fun of these guys with a lot of what we had to go through. But part of this whole thing is that all the FEMA ships that were built supposedly to help in emergencies, there was the contention and the guillotines and everything else. Are we going to be put on those ships? You know what? In Trump's first term, he had the port facilities around Gitmo built up with concrete piering sunk deep in the water so that they can't just survive with the FEMA ships parked at them, a Cat 5. They can survive a Cat 6. They literally sink the boats in place. And they can hold about 25,000 prisoners in there. And each of the ones is kind of specially built for the specific FEMA ships. So if you say thousands, we got a lot of room. We can house 25,000 beyond the main base, and we can still build out a lot of room at the base. So there'll be plenty of room for all of those people that wanted to participate. And there'll be different levels of problems for people that have participated. On the whole, it's going to be tough. There's a lot of people that they don't think we have the documentation of what they did, when they did it, where they were at, whatever. Truckloads.
President Trump said there were truckloads. And my fear is that, and it's not a fear, it's a recognition of things that we've had to deal with before, is that we keep constantly talking about what we have.
But there was a time, I know that. Look, Joe,
I know what I have. I know that what I have is enough.
Yeah, those complaints are not invalid, and I don't want to diminish in any way, shape, or form the audience here who is screaming for justice. The justice is slow in getting here at times. That's painfully true. But even if Tina could take it as long as she had to finally be at this point and do the turn.
Yes.
That's why I even mentioned the chess thing. All of your audience who've endured, who've persevered, who've stuck with this in their own lane, Tina's emblematic of a broader movement. That's why I've said, President Trump, you have to save Tina because she's emblematic of the rest of the constituency here. Everybody else, to some degree or another, feels similarly an offense against justice for themselves personally, and they haven't been vindicated. They told the truth. The elections are frauded. They knew it. They worked to get honest elections. They did all sorts of things, and nothing, or inadequate, or the courts, whatever, didn't go through with the cases. But don't let the last period of time taint you against what's about to happen. When President Trump issues the national emergency regarding elections, and then issues the executive order, and then begins, even within the national emergency, one of the key components in doing it as a national emergency is that because the courts are also compromised, appointees in the courts, judges, etc., were put there by people who themselves were not in office legitimately. Okay, so there is a different levels of this offense. As President Trump comes in under a national emergency regarding elections, now he can go out, including with arrests related to this national emergency, suspensions of authority. One of the things that was said just a few months ago, we had a situation where Justice Department was critically in this particular situation. And the word came back from the White House. Don't expect justice from the Justice Department, and don't expect the assistance to come from the Justice Department. And in fact, it didn't. It was another agency that I don't want to say here. And everything pivoted to a whole different way of pursuing justice in this matter. And the people involved, cases, I would not have anticipated it until it happened. It's like, oh my gosh. So it's the same thing here with getting to justice in the elections. Maybe we're not supposed to be looking for justice at the Justice Department and the judges. We are going to see it at Gitmo. And it's not just for Russia stuff. It's the 2020. And as Trump has said, I got a song. 2020, it's not over yet.
Yeah, no, it is not over. But I need to tell you this too. About 45 minutes ago, I got a text message, and it says, "Joe, you were waiting for arrest. Guess what? Look at what's going to happen tomorrow." That was 45 minutes ago. That was 10 minutes before President Trump.
Oh my gosh! Somebody's going to have a really bad hair day. Oh.
Yeah, so there's arrests. I think tomorrow is going to be on the heels of something about to happen at the same time that's happening. I do know that is
context. Tomorrow is when he's going to do his national address.
Yeah, but you think the national address will address the fact that people are getting arrested?
Well, don't expect the big arrest tomorrow. Again, there's a process here, and it literally happens in waves. So, we want the diners to have a chance to assemble. So we'll knock this down, then we'll knock down. They make a move, we make a move. It's a chess game, but we're in the winning position. They're going to be losing critical players all the way to the end here. From this point forward, is my opinion. I know.
So we still have a problem. We have a problem. Her name is Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche. I mean, those are two very serious problems that we have because they run the DOJ.
Again, I just told you though, don't expect the resolution to come from the Justice Department. We were told that quite some time back.
Okay, let's say it comes from the military.
Well, it may or may not involve the military first round. But what it does do, there's something else going on that you're not aware of, and I can't say. But it is a process.
I wonder if I know about it. I want, that wink twice if same thing.
Well, I mean, I when I went out and did, I had to meet with some of the people out in DC. I don't know, probably 2 months ago, I guess, on something, and I was pretty surprised we were getting their traction in that location, but it was excellent, and it allows for certain operations into Justice Department function, which the rest of the principals over Justice Department have no control over. So just watch. I'm personally pretty comfortable that we're in the right place, including with Tina's situation, because as hard as it's been to get to this exact moment with Tina, instead of still remaining as a pawn in the game, she is going to complete crossing the chessboard. All of this drama over the last, even months, where we've just taken it to a whole nother level, Joe, has forced the situation. National media that didn't want to pay attention to Tina is going to have to pay attention to Tina. They're going to have to acknowledge her, and she will have a role in what's coming. We're going to get her back to full health. She's still got piss and vinegar. She was really fading.
I talked to her last night.
Okay, well, they threw her back into solitary, and that really
Kinda.
pissed her off. Well, yeah,
Kind of. Now,
kind of
now
pissed off there.
she's actually the Al Capone of the Department of Corrections. She's got her own pod.
But she got her own microwave now.
Yeah, she got. I mean, she's got it all.
I'm waiting for her to get her own cook.
She walks down the hallway. She's got like Guidos on either side, one in the front, one in the back. That they're all carrying like battle rattle. I mean, she right now she runs the place.
Yeah, well, what's funny is, of course, all those inmates that were being mean to her, that taken aside, now it's like, yeah, that one there, she was really mean to me, yeah, give her a mean, okay, yeah.
Yeah, but it appears to me that things are moving in a direction that is good.
Well, let me just say this one thing. I apologize, Joe. Let me just say this one thing.
Yeah.
Go back a few days when she was thrown back into solitary the other day. Right up to that moment where she was put back into solitary, she was fading a lot. Nothing's happening. It's not. They're just going to leave me here. Nobody's coming for me. Chains, if you will. When she got that extra layer of piss, and combined with knowing in the next hours just how much we were doing outside and pressing hard, and it wasn't just one person. When she comes out alive and then goes and gets healed and comes back, there is not one person that can claim that they got Tina out. Okay, we have a whole bunch of hosts, and everybody like to be able to, strut around. I got Tina free. Even the president doesn't get to it. This has been a community effort. This is all of us that came together. There's no one single group or person that gets to claim credit for freeing Tina. She's going to get free, and she's going to be in a very powerful position because of this community, and it's helped us also to rally together. We're going to get through this issue, and then there's others to come beyond it, but this is such a core issue. At the Battle of the Bulge in World War II, they had to grab groups from all over the front and move them, put them under Patton's authority, 3rd and 4th Army, and race up to where the Germans were moving with this new front. If the Germans had succeeded in reaching the ports in Belgium and cutting off the supplies and dividing the British and American troops, they could have extended the war bare ass minimum 3 months, and more likely 6 months. And by the time they extended it that 6 months, all of the wonder weapons would be online, and their ability to wage war would have gone up orders and orders of magnitude. So with everything, nuclear, intercontinental ballistic missiles, submarine warfare tactics, machines, etc., they were that close to winning the war, and nobody realized it because all they had to do was get to the port in Belgium or even close to it and choke off supplies and divide the American and British troops, and they'd have bought the time needed to win the overall war, because then the other weapons come in. Look at the situation here right now with the vote fraud stuff. They're hoping to delay, and it's why they have to hold Tina to destroy her spirit. They're hoping to just buy enough time that Trump's a lame duck. Nothing's been done. It's all over with. 2026 is held the same way all the elections have been being held, and it's a done deal. They win by default because we took too long to get there. That's why I tell this audience, take a deep breath. Don't give the devil his due at all. Don't give these pundits their moment by speaking that we're not going to get there in time for 2026. Watch what happens in the next days and weeks. Trump is going to issue an executive order concerning how the elections are run. Before he does that, he must have the context of a national emergency. gives him the legal basis to go in and say all the existing voter rolls with all these false people on the voter rolls, etc., out. You have to come in, sign up to vote. You're going to do it on a voter registration card. Every clerk at every county in America is also a notary. So they can notarize that. You're going to sign under penalty of perjury that you live where you say you live, that it's inside such and so district, and that you're an American citizen with the right to vote under penalty of perjury. And it's going to be notarized. You're going to have to do it with government issued ID. Clean voter rolls. And a lot of people are going to scream bloody murder. The Democrats are going to absolutely go insane. They're going to scream down. Why? Because they can't win an honest election. All those groups, the Soros groups, and else, and not one machine anywhere in sight. Not one. And when the vote is counted, it's going to be counted by hand by American citizens. Hand count, paper ballot, counted where cast. No transporting them in the trunk of a police car. Oh, it's safe. No magic acts, grandma with her knitting basket showing up in Nevada at the Central Vote Counting Center and then put paper over the windows, having to watch from a distance. They're going to be counted in the precincts where they were cast by American citizens, and they're going to report it right there. Tabulation, reporting right there from that precinct, all around the counties, all around the country. They're not going to be able to steal this vote. And that's what Trump's going to order has to happen with this executive order. So national security directive, and then specifically the executive order, how are the elections going to be conducted? And the first checkpoint is clean voter rolls, starting from scratch. No more false citizens, no more voting 3 times. Voter registration card that you have to sign, it's notarized. And if any piece of information isn't true and accurate on there, you're going to jail. Harsh penalties. We're going to get an honest election. No mail-in ballots. Hawaii, no mail-in, 19,000 ballots by mail, but there's no envelope, never went through the postal system. We have imaging of all the photos, or all the mail that goes through the postal system. Go show us where it went through the mail on that date or any other date. Didn't happen. So how do you get mail-in ballots showing up in the Hawaii count that didn't go through the postal system? It's an impossibility. Now, 19,000 of them just in Hawaii County, let alone all of California. Trump talked about it yesterday, 39 million votes. Do you know that Newsom lost the recall campaign and they frauded it in LA County? Wait till that comes out. And we got it.
Well, I mean, we know that Smartmatic is in LA County, and we know that the election systems in California are largely fraudulent. We could tell that by even the recall election. And that's what I mean when I say that we have fraudulent elections across the entire country and it spans decades.
Yeah.
You know, Juan, do you think
so? We're about to put that to an end decisively. The only way it can happen, you can't put an end to it in the courts. We know that. That's why what I'm telling your audience, Joe, and I'm reinforcing with you. I'm even slowing everybody down. The key, and if you don't get it, then you better everybody scream bloody murder to outer space, but you're going to get it. The national security declaration by President Trump regarding elections is the key to everything. Even the executive order concerning how the elections are run. President Trump had an executive order. It was Executive Order 107, signed on March 25th at 1:07 in the afternoon of 2025. And that 107th executive order directed all the clerks around the country and all the governors, everybody, to clean the voter rolls before the 2026 election, gave them 180 days to do so. You know what happened? Absolutely zero. Nobody cleaned anything, okay?
Right.
Nothing got cleaned. That's why your people are so pissed off, okay? And it was not done in the context of a national emergency, a declared national emergency concerning elections. What gives Trump the authority in a national emergency to bring in the military as needed. All those clerks that stubbed their nose at them, gave them the finger, we're not going to do anything concerning voter rolls. All those politicians that said, we're not going to do that. All those governors said, we're not going to do that. All those AGs said, we're not going to do that. Bullshit. All those secretaries of state said, yeah, right, Trump. Okay, when he declares a national emergency, he becomes, they don't like King. Well, they're about to see what King is, okay? Because he can bring in the military. If they don't want to agree with it, they can take over any office related to elections that they need to. Take it over. Put anybody else in there they want. You oppose that, you're part of an insurrectionist act. Okay? See how that fares for you. You want to go to Gitmo by blocking any of that stuff? Because it'll be under a federal emergency. You won't get just charged and go into a federal court. In a state of emergency, you're going to go to a military court. See how that works for you. Watch. You don't believe me? You don't have to. Just watch. Just watch. See if I'm right or not. You can come back. You can come back in 6 months and tell me I was full of shit. Okay, I'm all ready for it. See if I'm right or not. I haven't been wrong. I haven't been wrong in any of the stuff I've said so far. So watch.
Okay, so this is where I start getting into the I'm a detail person, right? So I don't think you can solve a problem until you get.
No, it's good. I'm glad. That's why I'm talking to you, not somebody else, because you're knowledgeable enough that we can have an actual for real conversation. So that's why I enjoy being with you, Joe. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my issue is that I look at structures. I go, okay, let's hypothetically say it's the government. It's not the DOJ. He files an emergency order. We got President Trump filed for a pardon. You can see the frustration boiling.
He didn't file. He issued a pardon.
He issued a pardon. Okay. He issued a pardon. You can see the frustration from President Trump boiling over. You could see it with certain people in his administration.
Yeah. And by the way, when Trump's pissed, you should be a little bit nervous. So far, they haven't actually been bitten. So he's about to start biting. But go ahead.
So he's got a three-headed snake, right? He's got the snake that he has to deal with on the media side. He's got the snake of an election coming up, and he's going to set up these different standards. And the way Tulsi talks about it, I agree with you. There could be some room for error, but there's the problem that I have is that you must have cooperation in certain areas in order to execute on things that you want to do. So even if you put an emergency order out, because he's put out emergency orders.
That's why he called all the generals in. Don't kid yourself. He was making sure everybody knew any of this riffraff bullshit, we're not going to obey an order. He let them know, I am 45, 46, and 47. Who has the biggest gun in the room? Biden never had it. Now you're under military jurisdiction in this continuity and government operation. This challenge between NORAD and SES, which I mentioned before. This is a fight between SES, which came into existence in 78, and NORAD, which came into existence and with their rules in, the portions of existence before, but basically the 54 code. So concerning nuclear weapons and beyond, who's going to have the premier authority? They never handed over nuclear to SES. SES claims authority over nuclear. They never got it. And Trump never gave it up. They were almost there. And by the way, who's doing all these false flags? That's all SES stuff, okay? When you had 9/11, Trump said when he